to unvaccinated kids. We're back with NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, and now joined by Dr. Tina Carroll Scott, board-certified pediatrician and medical director at the South Miami Children's Clinic, to continue answering your questions. Thank you both for checking in with us today, once again.
Thank you.
You bet.
Let's dig in. We have a lot of video questions. So I want to start with our first one. Dr. Carroll Scott, this one is for you. It's from Tiffany. Take a look.
Hi, this is my daughter Arabella. She's 2 and she has Down syndrome. And I'm wondering if somebody her age with Down syndrome is at greater risk for severe disease and death from COVID-19.
Excellent question.
Yeah, it is a great question. And we really don't have a lot of information on kids and Down syndrome and whether there's increased risk for severe disease with coronavirus. It is true, however, that many adult people with Down syndrome are at higher risk for serious illness due to the immune deficiency related to Down syndrome and higher frequency of other conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and other respiratory difficulties associated with a higher risk for serious illness. But with that said, the Delta variant could be a game changer with its higher rate of transmissibility and more kids being infected and hospitalized. So this will put not only kids with chronic medical conditions at risk, but even healthy kids, which we're seeing in many states now with low vaccination rates. So that's why it's so critically important for every eligible person, 12 years and older, to get vaccinated as soon as possible so that we can protect those young children who are not eligible yet, and especially those that are medically vulnerable.
I want to veer off script just for a moment, and we'll get to our next video question. But really, really quickly, I have a lot of friends. My son, for example, turns 12 on Friday. He's a small little guy. I'm not the largest person in the world. And I've talked to a lot of friends who have kids who are on the smaller side, and their thought is, are they too small? If the vaccine isn't ready for an 11-year-old and my 12-year-old is the size of a 9-year-old, for example, should I wait for a little bit? I know it sounds crazy, but I've heard so many parents, amongst ourselves talk about this.
No, it's actually not crazy. And in the study trials, they had, 12-year-olds with different weights. And so all of that has been tested. And so it's perfectly safe regardless of what the weight is. As we go down further with the younger age groups, I think that's why it's taking longer for the FDA approval, is because it is much more dose dependent with the younger kids. But for a small 12-year-old, it's perfectly safe.
Okay. All right, Dr. Torres, let's go to our next question. This is from Tamara with a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old. Look at this one.
I've got an underlying condition. While I'm vaccinated, I'm still concerned that my children may bring home COVID-19 to me. What will the efficacy of my vaccine still be in the fall if I had the vaccine in the spring?
These are great questions. Dr. Torres?
These are great questions, and especially the fact that she has an underlying condition that could put her at a higher risk for complications from COVID. Does need to be a little more careful, especially with children going back to the classroom. Hopefully in that classroom and in that school, they're masking, the staff is vaccinated, all those things that can really help make sure that nothing is brought back to the house. But as far as the effectiveness, the efficacy of these vaccines, well, we know they have started to decrease for a couple reasons. One is because of time. These vaccines have started to what we call wane over time. In other words, they gave a very robust immune response back in January, February timeframe when people were getting vaccinated. And we talked about 95, 94% efficacy. We were hoping, if you remember, to get about 50%. That was the main goal over a year and a half, 2 years ago. We were surprised when we got this 94, 95%. But we also knew that over time that would start to wear off. And it looks like that is indeed happening, especially in other parts of the world where we're seeing about the 8-month point is when it starts to drop off a little bit. Unfortunately, that also coincided with the Delta variant coming on. And the Delta variant, we know, is much more contagious, seems to be able to break through the vaccine a little bit more. But in spite of that, we do know that right now it looks like this efficacy, this effectiveness has dropped down a little bit, but by a little bit, we're still talking in the 70-ish% range. And so she definitely needs to protect herself because she has an underlying condition. Again, checking the schools to make sure everything's okay there, but also talking to your doctor. They just recommended 3rd dosing for those with with these types of medical conditions, does she qualify for that? Should she be getting a third dose? And we have found out that with that third dose, it really boosts her immune system back up to that level, that high level that we really like. And for the rest of us, getting booster shots when that time comes is going to be important as well to make sure that we get that robust response, and that robust response stays as long as possible, especially while we're trying to defeat the Delta variant and we're trying to get through this pandemic, Chanel.
Good advice. All right, Dr. Carol Scott, let's get to another question. This is from a viewer, Charlene. She's a mom of a first grader. Take a look.
My daughter is 6 years old and going to the first grade. Her school does require masks, but is there anything else I can do to protect her?
So we all want to know.
Yeah, so this is a question that is on every parent's mind right now with children too young to be vaccinated. And I guess the first thing I would say is to give yourself grace. There are things that we can control and other things that we can't. And we all have we have to try to do our best to advocate for the safest environment possible for our children. The first thing I think we need to do is to put pressure on our kids' schools to make sure that every eligible individual within the school is vaccinated. Parents have to raise their voices now more than ever to make sure that the schools are setting children up for success and not failure. And we do know that high vaccination rates in teachers, staff, and students over the age of 12 will not only protect the vaccinated individuals, but those who aren't eligible to be vaccinated yet, such as children under 12. We have to continue wearing the mask. And it's great that your school is already requiring masks, because we know that masks help to reduce transmission of this virus in a school setting. And I would also encourage you to find a comfortable, well-fitted mask that makes it easy for your child to keep it on all day, because that will also make a difference as far as, really helping to reduce the transmission of this virus in a school setting. And hopefully, the school has also implemented other strategies to improve ventilation and to encourage more instruction outdoors when weather permits, and really just continuing with all of the mitigation strategies that we've all been using for the last year and a half, with physical distancing and hand washing as well.
Just have to hang on a little longer. That's good advice. All right, Dr. Torres, your turn. This is from Annalisa. She's in California. Look at her question.
I have 2 little ones. Are parents even protecting their kids by getting vaccinated?
Absolutely, by far, parents are protecting their children by getting vaccinated. And here's the way to look at it. We call it the Swiss cheese approach, doing the layered protection, because everything going on here is like those holes you see in Swiss cheese. They're not necessarily lined up. So if you can get layered protection, you can certainly help out. And that means social distancing. That means wearing masks. That means washing your hands, sanitizing your hands. That means contact tracing, making sure those around them are protected as well, and they're protecting you and your children. But the biggest thing by far is to make sure that the adults around the children are vaccinated, because like we've talked about, children under the age of 12 can't get their vaccines yet. And so the best way to protect them is to make sure that we as adults who are around them are fully vaccinated. That means we're much less likely to catch the virus. We're much less likely to spread the virus to them. But we also know that that's not an absolute. That's not a guarantee. And so that's why you want those other layered approaches as well, especially if you're in different environments, indoors with people who might not be vaccinated. You wear masks, social distance, all those things that we know work. And 2 years ago, none of us would have ever thought about asking somebody's medical status when they come to your house. Well, now it's not rude at all to say, if you're going to come to my house for a play date, if you're going to come to my house for dinner, what's your vaccination status? I want to protect my children. I want to make sure they're safe. Are you fully vaccinated? And if you're not fully vaccinated, it's not rude to say, let's wait until after the pandemic. We'll pick this all up again.
You know what? I'm so glad you mentioned that. And it can be uncomfortable. I had to do it with a relative, a cousin coming into town. I felt bad, but it kind of is what it is, as they say.
Exactly.
I'm going to squeeze in 2 more questions here. Dr. Carol Scott, we keep talking about masks. Let me get to this question. We've kind of talked about it a little bit, but we have new people tuning in every moment here. This one is it says, my daughter is 4 years old and required to wear a mask in school. Every time I see a photo of my daughter, I see that her mask is not on correctly. How much are masks really protecting our kids? I know we've said it, but let's answer her question.
Okay, so the most important thing is finding a mask that fits correctly and allows for easy breathing. And I have to say, even as a physician, it's hard for me to find a mask that fits comfortably, that decreases my own fidgeting. So I think finding a mask that's made specifically for kids, especially younger kids, that fits properly, allows them to breathe easy without gaps around the sides. And I think even adjustable ear loops are useful as well with younger kids. And I think just reinforcing why masks are important and modeling that behavior when you go out in public with your children, so that it's not just a behavior for the school environment. Kids are inherently rule followers and they want to be good citizens. And so I always make a point to applaud my young patients who wear their mask correctly in the office. And I thank them for helping to protect those around them who could get really sick from the virus if they got infected. And remember too, that the mask alone won't protect kids in school. So it is going to be a layered approach, as we discussed before, which includes vaccinations for those who are eligible, hand washing, the distancing, testing, and contact tracing as well.
All right. So the number one question is there an end in sight? Will this be with us forever? I'm going to have to push a pause button there. You're going to have to answer that question after the break because we have to take a quick break. So think about that answer because I think that's what everybody wants to know. So thank you guys, and we'll talk to you in just a bit. Coming up, and then we have some good stuff here. Stick around. We have kids asking questions later in the show. They're going to do that. All right, up next, how does another school year clouded by a pandemic affect our kids' mental health? There's another layer to all of this, and how can we protect our kids physically and emotionally? Hang with us. We're going to talk with a psychiatrist coming up in just a bit. Stay with us.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprise.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprise.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. As a mom, I know it is not only our kids' physical health that we all worry about, it's also the mental toll another year of masks and social distancing could have on them. So to answer all of your mental health questions and concerns, we're joined now by board-certified psychiatrist, Dr. Sue Varma. Hi, good to see you today.
Hi, Chanel, great to see you.
Let's dig in here. This is looking like another tough year. Are our kids at their breaking points, or are we projecting onto our kids because a lot of parents are stressed?
Yes. So yes and no. So I don't think our kids are at their breaking point because kids are super resilient. But I can tell you this much, Chanel, that the numbers have gone up in 2021 when we look at emergency room visits for children. We know that in February and March of 2021, emergency room visits for teenage girls for suicide attempts had gone up by 50%. The CDC also said that 25 to 30%, they saw an increase in emergency room visits for child mental health, child and adolescent, young adult health. So we do know that the numbers are up. Breaking point, that still remains. And I think a lot of it has to do with what we can do in prevention and early detection and early treatment. That will make the biggest difference.
Let's talk about talking to our kids. I have 3. One of them, an open book, my daughter. I don't even have to ask her a question. My other ones, not so much, especially my oldest. If you have a child who isn't as open to just having a conversation, what kind of questions can we ask our kids to get a better understanding of how they're feeling going into the school year?
I'm so glad that you're saying that really, every child is different. I'm also a mom, and I know that, my opportunities for conversations with kids, they don't work the same way they do with my adult patients. So when I'm talking to adults, if Chanel, you and I were to go for lunch one day, we would talk and, we would say, how are you doing? And, the idea is that we would open up. Children, I noticed 2 big things. One is you have to spend time with them, and it's in those unexpected moments on the way to school, on the way back from ice cream, in the car, when you're hanging out and watching a movie, things will come to them naturally, and usually it takes time for them to warm up and to feel safe and to feel comfortable. So plan for those extended, lengthy, I'm sitting here, I'm waiting for you to talk, but if they don't, ask them questions that are open-ended and neutral. What happens is we often ask questions like, you're not sad, are you? Everything is fine, isn't it? And there's a way to invite conversation and there's a way to shut it down. If you were to have a more neutral, gentle question to say, how is everything? And then make it more narrow and specific. How are you feeling? How are you feeling today? How are you feeling about your friendships? How is that, mean girl or mean boy stuff going on in school? How are you finding your classes? Is it hard? Are you enjoying it? Which is your favorite class? And another thing I find really helpful is asking them about their friend. What I love about this is that it takes the focus off of them, but it still lets you know what's happening in their peer group. And a lot of times children will express what they're feeling through other people. So-and-so is thinking about trying, a substance. So-and-so is talking about getting peer pressured into X and Y. What do you think about that? And they're testing you out. They're feeling you out to see, is this something that's going to make you angry? And the minute they see that you're angry, they're going to want to shut down and move away. So when you notice they're talking about their friends, don't cast a stone on their friend. Be like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what was going on in that mind. And a lot of times fiction, reading books, watching TV, talking about characters and complicated situations that the characters fall into make it very safe ground for children to talk about their own feelings.
Is there anything, I think you've probably alluded to it, is there anything as parents we can do now to help, I guess, our kids' mental health issues that could surface, especially from this pandemic in the future? Anything else we need to be doing in this moment?
Yes. Number one, we have to recognize the warning signs. I can't stress this enough. It's recognizing the warning signs and then immediately talking to your pediatrician. And don't say to yourself, I might be overreacting. Am I going overboard? Let your doctor be the one to figure that out. And I would say book a mental health visit, specifically if you're seeing symptoms or signs of low mood, the person is not getting out of bed, the child isn't interested in activities, their grooming has gone down, they're clingy, they're isolating, they're irritable, they're having difficulty sleeping at night, they don't want to go to school, they're talking about a lot of unexplained symptoms, my head is hurting, my stomach is hurting, and you've gotten everything checked out. They're regressing in their behavior, they're bedwetting. So even a very quick pediatrician visit to say, hey, we're just doing a check-in, how is everything, how is school? And if you need to even leave the room if you think that your child might be open to, but that's something that I would leave up to the parent. But then I would say that even a few sessions of therapy can be really helpful, cognitive behavioral therapy. What we do know is that when kids do access treatment, they get better. What you can do if your child able to access treatment, or you're waiting for an appointment and the wait times have gone up. We're finding that a lot of times when kids go to the ER for psychiatric problems, it might be a panic attack, it might be anxiety attack. They may not get an appointment for a long time. So I would say that carve in morning routines that are just about having fun. If your kid wants to watch a video, let them before school. If they feel really anxious and they want to do deep breathing exercise, have them lay down and put a stuffed animal on their belly and say, let's just count, let's just have fun. Let's see what you can do with your stuffed animal. Can you move it? Some people really find benefit in coloring books. Some people might want to do a quick bike ride. Exercise and movement is super helpful with kids. So is distraction. So is having rewards and planning fun things, having outdoor play dates with vaccinated adults and children that might be eligible. But really just, I call them the 4 M's of mental health: movement, mindfulness, mastery, and meaningful engagement. Get your kid into a new hobby, get them involved in the kitchen. Dylan is always doing that with her son. So get your kids to get their hands dirty, get them to garden, get them to plant, get them in nature, hikes, walking by the water, get them out of their head is my point.
Really quickly, you know what I'm noticing? The little ones, it's easier to facilitate that breathing or yoga or getting my 9-year-old in the kitchen. It's my tween, the 12-year-olds, the 13-year-olds, the 14-year-olds. Those parents are having a tough time trying to reach them for techniques.
Yes, it's really hard. And you know what? Sometimes I say that having a trusted adult or a cousin or somebody that might be closer in their age, if there's a young adult in their family, like an older cousin or a relative in their 20s, like sometimes you're not going to be the be all and end all. And the kids associate a lot of times parents with discipline. You want me to do something. Stop annoying me. Stop telling me to clean my room. So you might have to pull back a little and pick and choose your battles. And you might have to say, all right, well, you know what? I'm going to triage here, and having a messy room, as long as it's not a sign of depression and that your cleanliness and your hygiene and grooming don't reflect a mental health problem, it's just you and it's a teenager. I know a lot of parents of teens and tweens are saying that my chatty cat daughter or son has stopped talking to me. So understand that there is going to be more of an emphasis on the peer group. They're less interested in you at that age. They're more interested in what the whole world is doing. And I would say that that's okay within reason. And then you might have to put parental locks or limitations on their screen time, know what they're watching, and then just say, hey, do you want to go for mini golf? Do you want to go for a burger? Do you want to go for ice cream? So like, you're not going to have so much conversation, but if you can plug another adult, a counselor, a teacher. One of the greatest things that I saw is I saw a teacher send a sign home to all parents that says, handle with care. And it was a sign that said, if your kid has gone through a rough day, just put this in their folder. And as a teacher, I'll know that you, or as a family, or your child is going stuff at home, and I'll give your kid a pass. So I think it's really great when the teacher and the parent can collaborate and understand that mental health problems don't ever exist in a vacuum. It's really a whole family problem. It's larger, and it's a society issue, and we have to take care of one another. And as a parent, we must absolutely prioritize our mental health. Before I was talking to you, Chanel, I was talking to a couple that I treat, and they have 3 children. And I said to the parents, you have to prioritize your mental health. You guys are the directors of this that you're running. So I'm glad that they took the times to prioritizing themselves and their relationships so they can have a stronger bond, stronger marriage, and then bring them their best selves to their children.
Can I tell you something? I've been talking with you for years, and I think this is one of the best conversations we've ever had. There's so many things that you said that I think will speak to parents, even down to, gosh, I wasn't growing up in a pandemic. In high school, I was super stressed out, A student, and I remember my room was always a mess. And looking back, I think that was the one thing my mom did right. She kind of just let me have a messy room. It was just kind of like my space, my sweet space. She didn't nag about it. And I turned out okay. You know what I mean? I just think sometimes kids need a little grace too. Yeah. Dr. Varma, thank you so much for your time today. All right, up next, questions directly from the voices that matter most, our kids. That's right after this.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. Our goal when we began working on this special was to help you prepare to safely and confidently send your child back to school. We know as parents we have a lot of questions for the experts, but so do our kids. So we asked them to let us know what was on their minds. And to help us answer those questions, we're back with board-certified pediatrician and medical director at the South Miami Children's Clinic, Dr. Tina Carroll Scott. Thank you again for talking with us. So let's hear from some kiddos, shall we?
Sure.
Okay, so our first one is from, I like this name, Ashton. He's 5 years old. Listen to this.
Is it safe for me to eat lunch and snack at school?
That's a fair question.
Yeah, and it's actually a great question. And I think the easiest way to answer you is to say that there are safer ways for you to eat lunch and snacks at school, which will help to reduce the spread of this virus. Probably the first thing is distancing. And so even, being away from another student, a minimum of 3 feet is helpful. And I know that's not always possible in all school settings, but the further away that you can be away from another student during lunch, the better off it's going to be as far as reducing spread. If you live in an area where the weather permits and your school allows you to eat outside, that's also a great option. The more ventilation you have, the better it is as far as reducing transmission of this virus. And there are some schools that are also allowing students to eat meals in the classroom with the same group of students. And that also has been found to be helpful as far as reducing transmission of the virus. But there's no 100% effective way to do that in a school setting with, especially during lunch and with eating snacks. But again, trying your best is all that we can ask. And I wouldn't get very stressed out about that. The most important thing is that you're in school and you're able to socialize with your friends and hopefully have a more normal experience this school year than last school year.
All right, let's squeeze in one more. 6-year-old Joaquin. Take a listen to this.
Is using hand sanitizer at school the same as washing my hands?
So it's not exactly the same. So washing your hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds is the preferred method. But with that said, that may not always be available to you in a school setting. And so using hand sanitizer is a great second option. And making sure that you're choosing a hand sanitizer that's alcohol-based. And you're probably not going to know this, but hopefully your school has alcohol-based sanitizers that have at least 60% alcohol. And that's a great option as well and more readily available.
We only have seconds left. Is there an end in sight? I teased this. This was the number one question. What would you say?
Yeah, so there is an end in sight because all pandemics eventually end. But I think we have to decide as a society how we want that ending to look. And if we value not only our own lives, but those of people that we may not even know. And I think that's, what's clear from everything that we've seen over the last few months is that the vaccines are a key component to ending this. And it can't be only certain individuals or groups getting vaccinated. It's going to take every eligible citizen doing the right thing.
Dr. Carroll Scott, to all of our experts, thank you for talking with us today. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again. And as you can tell, information is constantly evolving, so be sure to check with your district and your state. This has been an excellent conversation. I hope it's been helpful for you. We'll see you soon.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
That's your
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, Today All Day. Hope you're ready for some laughs. Coming up, we put your favorite celebrities to the test as they take on the 6-minute marathon. Plus, we've got some of my personal favorite sit-down interviews from the last few months. So get excited as Today All Day continues right now. Do you know what the 6-minute marathon is?
I know you're going to ask me a ton of questions, and I'm just going to answer as many of them as I can in 6 minutes.
That is the 6-minute marathon in a nutshell. Padma Lakshmi, thank you for being here on the 6-minute marathon.
My pleasure.
First question, if you could only listen to one album for the rest of your life, what would it be?
D'Angelo, Voodoo.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming. All right. What is the strangest gift you've ever received?
Somebody gave me a tooth once.
I'm sorry. Did you say a tooth? Okay. There's so many follow-up questions. We may have to spend the whole 6 minutes on this. What? Why? Whose tooth?
It was just this guy. He was odd, but he was very artistic. He, I think he was playing ball or something, and he either fell or was in the midst of a game, and he broke his tooth, and he was like, "I saved it for you." And
so it was an adult tooth. That was my next question.
I think it was, yeah. Yeah.
Where's the tooth now?
I don't know.
See, I have a million questions.
I don't think it made it like back from college, if you know what I mean. You know, yeah. I think I was just, this is too weird.
Have you ever been mistaken for another celebrity? And if so, who?
Yes, when I was 14 and in the mall, which I thought of as a huge compliment. Apollonia. Remember Apollonia?
Apollonia?
Yeah. And I was a teenager, like I said. Gal Gadot, I've also gotten mistaken for. Let me see. In the early days when I had a perm in high school, Irene Cara, but also, so it has just happened to me recently, but recently it was just Gal Gadot. And the New Yorker magazine, of all people, I've always dreamed of having my name in the New Yorker, of course, as a writer. They put a picture of me because I chose a cartoon for them, and then they wrote that it was Priyanka Chopra. I'm like, I know all us Indian women look alike, but really, you know?
Well, at least it's like that's a pretty epic row of like beautiful ladies to be compared to.
Yeah, I mean it's all nice and flattering.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. What is your guilty pleasure?
I feel no guilt in taking pleasure in life, so I don't feel guilty about anything that gives me pleasure. I think I'm a 50-year-old woman. I deserve all the pleasure I can get from now until I die.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Well, it's not a character, it's a real person. I would love to be friends with Rihanna. I just think she'd be so much fun if she let me hang out with her. But, and I've never met her, and I don't think I want to in a way. I'd hang out with her, but if I just had to meet her, I just think it would burst my bubble. But all of my characters are real life characters. Muhammad Ali, Dorothy Parker, Lenny Bruce, Cleopatra, you know.
That'd be a good dinner party for you to host.
Yeah, definitely.
What was your least favorite food as a child?
Eggplant.
Do you like it now?
I mean, I love it now. I love eggplant.
Who have you been starstruck meeting?
Mother Teresa. I met her. I got to spend the day with her in the 90s. I cut a ribbon at the World Cup of Cricket that was happening in Calcutta. And a group of people said, we're going, would you like to join? I literally tagged along, but she was mesmerizing. She was so comforting and charismatic. And you know how you feel when you're like a little kid in the safety and comfort of your mom's arms, all is well within the world. That's how you feel in her presence. At least I did.
Do you have a personal mantra? And if so, what is it?
It is, everything is a benefit if you look at it the right way. Even the most difficult things that have happened to me, I have tried to focus on what I can gain from them, or what is the bright side. What can I gain? You know, what can I get out of this? You know, even endometriosis, which was very painful and I went through for over 20 years. I like to look at that experience as what gave me the fuel to start the foundation with my surgeon. And so I think it must have been, you know, destined for me to go through that, because otherwise the pain doesn't make sense. It's so unnecessary, so that I could turn that pain into power.
What did you want to be when you grew up?
My first job that I ever dreamed of being was an airline stewardess. A flight attendant. We used to call, you know,
we call them stewardesses. I know. We're the same age. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So I just thought they were the most glamorous people on earth. You know, I flew as an unaccompanied minor when I was 4 to America from India. And I was on Air India Airlines. They had these beautiful printed silk saris. It was the early 70s. It was beautiful bouffant hair. Lots of eyeliner and lashes. You know, they would just like walk up and down those aisles with their saris fluttering, you know, behind them. I just thought they have so much freedom. They get to travel all over the world, and that's what I want to do.
What do you think you are much better at than you actually are?
Oh, I think I'm a better skater. I always think, today is the day that I'm going to seamlessly skate forwards and then backwards.
Do you roller skate a lot?
Yes, get a pair of roller skates. It's so fun. Do you remember doing it when you were little?
Yes, we used to go to skate country, go around the ring.
Yes,
I could never skate backwards, but I tried.
No, you have to. I will go skate. I'll meet you wherever you want. I know all the flat parts of the city where there's not a lot of traffic. Do not try and skate in Central Park.
All right, last question. This is an easy one. What is your favorite reality show?
Top Chef.
Thank you, Padma Lakshmi. So great to talk to you. This was fun.
Nice to talk to you too.
See you at the rink.
Bye.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
What's your quirkiest idiosyncrasy?
It's just I say things that sound like they've been written in a magnet on a refrigerator, but I mean them, or I'll say, "Oh, our fallen," and he's like, "Where are you from a novel? Like, what do you?"
Brooke Shields, welcome to our very first 6-minute marathon from home. You're at home, I'm at home, but we're together.
We are together always in our hearts.
Yes. So here are the rules. I'm going to ask a bunch of questions. Answer as many as you can. We only have 6 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And I haven't seen any of these questions. I'm getting them same time you are. Here we go. What is one thing you must have to get through the day?
My PG Tips tea. It's a tea. It's British. They call it builder's tea because it's like hardcore, like just easy, and they're shaped in a little triangle. And I literally, if I don't get it, I'm a little like that.
If you were gifted a day off from everything, what would you do with those 24 hours?
Oh, I would be on a beautiful beach somewhere with a fabulous book and a bottle of tequila.
Oh, can I come with you?
Yes.
That sounds like my favorite day too.
If I knew my kids were fine and my whatever work that means right now is fine, and I thought I would, but I think I would just like read all day, and and I'd have it, and then I would just sort of sip my tequila and I don't know, be peaceful.
Sounds divine. What is the best life lesson you could teach your daughters?
To have confidence in who they are, listen to their instincts, and never be arrogant.
How do you teach humility? That's not on the list, but I'm asking because I think about it all the time.
Humility can be a little bit of a dangerous thing only because it makes you smaller. Walk into a room humble, it means you're smaller. But if you can walk into a room confident as to who you are, but not to be arrogant, meaning not being higher than or better than anybody else. So that's the kind of conversation I try to have. Be polite, be kind, but arrogance we have no room for that.
When is the last time you laughed and why?
We laugh every day. We laugh every day, and it's usually my husband making fun of me. And it's so funny to me, and it doesn't hurt. I guess not yet. It's been 20 years, but he makes fun of my little idiosyncrasies and my earnestness of things, and he brings it back out, and then the kids sort of catch up on that, and and it just makes me belly laugh because I feel comfortable enough with them, and they make fun of me.
What's your quirkiest idiosyncrasy?
It's just I say things that sound like they've been written in a magnet on a refrigerator, but I mean them, or I'll say, "Oh, our fallen," and he's like, "Where are you from a novel? Like, what do you?" I don't know. I just say these things like, "I think there's something in our midst," and he's like, "Oh, really? Is there something in our midst?" I think of them poetically in my head, and then when they come out, they sound a little ridiculous.
Well, you're an actress. You have a flair for the dramatic.
I think so. I mean, I was saying before, my little daughter used to say to me, "I love you so much, it hurts. It hurts. Kill." And so I was like, that's the kind of, impassioned way I speak sometimes, and they make fun of me.
I love it. I love it. What have you learned during quarantine?
That I need fewer social engagements. I need fewer people around. I need less. I really want to stop the noise that I've allowed in my life for decades, and the revving up and the constant motion and I was just getting ready. It's like doing the hair and the makeup and the thing and the production and the stuff, and it's all it's just anxiety. It's unnecessary. There's so many unnecessary things that as people, I don't want to spend my time doing for this next part of my life.
Do you Google yourself?
No, absolutely not. No. My kids have done it every now and then, and there's just too much, and there's too many opinions. Even though it's a Google, it's still an opinion, and I think I would get a little cuckoo with it. I just can't.
I'm right there with you. The next question is, do you read the comments if you post on social media?
No. And I learned that from my daughters. They were like, "Ma, don't read the comments." I was like, "Oh," and my husband will read the comments. He doesn't even have Instagram. And he's like, you're going to get in trouble for doing that, or that's happened and that's negative. And I was like, what idiot reads the comments?
No way. It's like a road to heartache. Don't read the comments. And that goes for everybody. Okay, this is important if we're going to be best friends. Do you prefer texting or talking on the phone?
I prefer talking on the phone. Or at least FaceTime, only because if it's a thing like, let's meet at 6 or let's do this, that's fine on text. But I find things that are necessary to really exchange, tone gets changed. And I've seen it with my girls. They're in drama and they just text it. And I sat my daughter down and I said, I'm going to read this text to you 2 ways. As an actress, I read it lovingly as it meant, and then I read it snarkily, like emphasizing certain words. And I said, now you don't know which one is the intention. So I think text is dangerous.
That is a really, really good way to explain it. I'm filing that away for when my kids get a phone in like 40 years.
Yeah, because send them to me. I'll be so weathered and, I will be so ready at that point.
Brooke, our 6 minutes is up. You did a great job.
I knew I talked too much.
No, I love it. I love it so much. Thank you so much. Can't wait to see you in person and give you a real hug.
Thank you. I look forward to it, Savannah. Blessed to you and your family.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes.
With Xfinity X5. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices. Whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
Exactly.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices. Whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What's your go-to song right now? Oh my gosh, The Juice by Lizzo. Do you know that one?
I don't. How does it go?
Ooh, you don't want that from me.
Oh, but I do. Adie Bryant here for 6 Minute Marathon. Do you know how this works?
I think I do.
Okay, we're going to answer as many questions as we can in 6 minutes. Let's start the clock.
Woo!
Do you make New Year's resolutions?
I really don't. I always kind of make like a general one that's like, I hope to have a nice year. You know?
Hopefully things will be good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any irrational fears?
I'm really scared of birds.
Really?
So scared of
all
birds.
birds or a particular kind?
Pretty much all birds.
Yeah.
Once we did a sketch where someone had like an owl, like a real owl, in the studio, and I was like, I don't trust him. I don't want him near me.
Well, owls are terrifying.
Yeah.
They would definitely claw you.
And he doesn't want to be in a studio.
No.
He wants to kill me.
No, have you ever had a bird like fly into your house by accident? You're from Arizona, and so am I.
Oh, yes.
This used to happen all the time.
Or a lizard.
Oh gosh, I know, it's really funny. The Wild West.
Can't handle it.
What could you spend all day talking about?
Ooh. Oh, probably the Real Housewives.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Who's your favorite housewife?
Wow. The toughest question you could absolutely
I know.
ask
Okay,
me.
how about the favorite city? Which is your favorite?
I love New York.
Okay.
It's like, I love Dorinda, all of them. They're pretty great.
Yeah, I like it too. I watch for the outfits. What do you watch for?
Same, and for the drama. I love when they fight about their dogs. I could watch it forever.
Okay, what about a time you failed? What did you
Which
learn?
time?
No, but what? And the follow-up is, what did you learn from it?
Oh
what
my
was it, and
gosh.
what did you learn?
Yeah, I mean, there's many different options to think about, but I mean, for me, like, I used to do a lot of touring comedy, you know, and those are like, you're going into these spaces where you don't know anyone, and it can be really intimidating, and then sometimes it doesn't go well, and you do a very bad job, and no one laughs, and in a weird way, I've found that those things have, like, helped me, because when I do SNL or something, I'm like, well, this audience is excited to be here. I don't know, I sometimes lean on those failures to be like, I made it through that, and now it's all easy breezy.
Yeah, it makes sense. It actually does. It kind of gives you more confidence if you survive that.
Yeah.
You can survive SNL.
Come on.
Oh, I didn't even plan this, but what has been your favorite SNL sketch character?
Oh my gosh, also a tough choice.
Like picking Real Housewives.
Yeah, I mean, it's like picking my favorite daughter. I guess, I don't know, this is very general, but I love like all the sketches recently that I've done with Kate McKinnon. She's like the best, and it's so fun. We just did an update recently that I loved, so yeah.
You like meat, Colin? Colin, you a big meat boy, Colin?
Not closer, no. I would not say that I'm a big meat boy, but I eat meat. Yeah, I like meat.
I think we got a big meat boy.
There's something about her, I just look at her and I start laughing.
Yeah.
She just has that effect
She's
on
got
people.
it.
She does. Oh, this is an interesting one. Let's say you're a new addition to the crayon box.
Oh.
What color would you be and why? Barbara Walters sent that one in.
Oh, well, I feel like maybe a pink of some sort, because I feel like I'm naturally easily sunburned, and I try to keep it bubbly, I guess. I don't know.
This color would be good for the crayon
Oh
box.
yeah, I could get into this
It's
one
a
too.
limey, it's good. I hope people can see your eyes are popping.
Oh.
Let's talk about Arizona. I'm going off script here.
Yeah.
Were you the kind to like suntan yourself?
No, I was, because I couldn't get tan, I could only burn.
Me too, I'd have like red stripes.
Yes. Yeah, but so now when I go to the dermatologist, though, still, they're always like, oh, we got to check your freckles and moles, because I was just in the sun as a kid, always, you know?
How often do you go back there?
A lot. Like, I'll go at Christmas and then usually a couple times in the summer if I can. So, yeah. Do you go back?
I do. My mom still lives there in the house I grew up in.
Oh my God.
How would you describe the heat of Arizona? Phoenix. I mean, Tucson's hot, but Phoenix was, we always made ourselves feel better that Phoenix was worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's just relentless. Like, and also my school, like, didn't have a cafeteria, so we ate outside year round. And like in the winter, it's kind of nice, but in the summer, I just remember like eating a, peanut butter sandwich and just like sweating. What a hell.
I know, it is, I know. What's your favorite 90s jam?
Oh my gosh. I love like all Toni Braxton, Unbreak My Heart. Is that 90s or is that early 2000s?
We're just gonna call it 90s.
Great.
If you could witness any event of the past, present, or future, what would it be?
Oh my gosh.
I know, that narrowed it down.
I mean, maybe I would love to see a female president. So a future?
Yeah.
Let's say that. I hope to see that.
Okay. If you had to start a side hustle, what would it be?
I feel like maybe like interior design. I love that kind of stuff, and I could shop forever. So I'm like, if someone will pay me to shop for them, great.
That'd be cool. What's your go-to song right now?
Oh my gosh, The Juice by Lizzo. Do you know that one?
I don't. How does it go?
Oh, you don't want that from me.
Oh, but I do. If you had another career, what would it be?
Oh man, I don't know. Maybe dog walking.
you have dogs?
Yeah, I love my dog, yes.
What kind of dog?
He's like a terrier poodle mix,
What's
but
his
not
name?
in like a cute way, more in like a messed up mutt way.
He's
His
right,
name's
like from the
Fuzz.
mean streets. He's smoking right now.
He has like a weird patch of fur that's black, and like he's a mess. Many medical problems.
What's the best advice you've ever received or given?
Oh man, I think the best advice I was ever given was early when I started performing and we were like pitching sketch ideas. I used to always sort of start my ideas by being like, okay, well this is stupid and it might not work, but I didn't work on it that hard, but here it is. And I had a director say like, you don't have to apologize for anything that you're about to present, just say your idea and know that it's worthy. And I have used that like in so many different aspects of my life where I'm like, yeah, I don't need to apologize for what I'm bringing out, you know?
Yeah, get rid of the preamble.
Yeah,
just say it.
just say it.
All right. I was going to ask you, how do you find balance in your life? But we're out of time. Plus, do you know how to find balance, just in case
Hell
if you did?
no.
Okay, so forget that question. Aidy Bryant, thank you. Her new show on Hulu is called Shrill, and SNL on Saturdays.
Why not?
Live.
Thank you.
Thanks, honey.
This was
so fun.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, SG, before we let you go, we know you've been limited to where you can go because of the COVID restrictions, obviously. What have you been up to, like, to get through the day? What you been doing?
Well, you know, I told you guys the other day that you're allowed to go for a 15-minute walk every day. So one of the things you can do, and I cannot wait to introduce you to this marvel, it's a convenience store. It's called Lawson's. And it is incredible. I think we have some video. Okay, we're just walking. This is right by our hotel, guys. Look at this convenience store. It's amazing. They have, like, literally, look at all that. That's all different kinds of ramen. They sell shirts. They sell every kind of candy, every kind of wasabi peas. There's an entire Hello Kitty section, Hoda, for you. I mean, it's just incredible. But here's the other thing that was like an absolute incredible find. Right behind me there, there are these chicken nuggets that apparently were Anthony Bourdain's favorite chicken nuggets, his favorite thing to eat in all of Tokyo. I have some right here. Okay, these are Anthony Bourdain's chicken nuggets, delicious. He also loves the egg salad sandwich, supposed to be great. Another thing, guys, this is famous in Tokyo. Oh, it's so sticky.
What is
rainbow, giant rainbow cotton candy, which is it's perfect for Instagram. It's made here in Tokyo. You can get some. It's delicious. So you will not be starved here in Tokyo. We've got everything we need. And then, of course, I told you you can't go to the gym or anything. So I've been telling you that you're gonna have to create your own workout. So I then
No, you didn't.
as promised, step aerobics. Remember the 90s? They were good to all of us. I did some aerobics in my hotel room. I'm planning on teaching you guys these moves.
Okay.
So hurry up and get here already.
Go, Jane Fonda, go. Okay, wait. I want to see the set because I feel like we've seen a tight shot of you. Will you show us?
Yeah. Well, this is my first day actually on our big set that we're going to be on. So, okay, I'm going to give you a tour. I'm going to keep, this is actually stuck to my hand now. Like, I can't. I'm going to sleep with it. So, over here is where we're gonna sit, okay? Isn't it pretty? Now, then you can see, we're by all the venues. That's beach volleyball over there, and over there the triathletes are gonna be actually, I think, starting tomorrow maybe. Then over here we'll have guests and things like that. We've got these beautiful trees. Look at these gorgeous Japanese lanterns. We have these wind chimes, so actually you might hear the little tinkle of wind chimes during our set. Like, I don't think this is ever coming off. And look over there. Is this a little taste of home, a Statue of Liberty, which was actually given and put up, it's not as big as our Statue of Liberty, but it's pretty big, 20 years ago to honor the relationship between Japan and France. Oh. So for now, I will send it back to you.
That's
like, it's never coming off.
Ever. The impression that Esther's getting a little delirious?
Yeah, I think it's happening.
A little delirious.
Savannah, good luck. That's
okay,
never.
got it.
Oh, great. Good.
I'm good.
And now she's a Smurf. Welcome to our Today All Day special, The Upside. I'm Craig Melvin. The Upside is all about uplifting people and stories that show the true grit of the human spirit. And after spending an amazing 2 weeks at the Tokyo Olympics, we couldn't help but think about the power of sports. So today we're going to shine a light on how sports changes lives, helping folks overcome obstacles both on and off the field. Now, traditionally, the sport of rowing isn't known for its diversity. While talent is everywhere, access is not. But that didn't stop the students of St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey. With the help of a dedicated coach, they changed all that. And as you'll see, the school has a bit of a habit of turning tradition on its head. Spending a day at St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey will leave you nothing short of inspired. Heart and hustle are everywhere.
Thanks on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Bags. On campus and 4.5 miles off.
Yes, Jamil, that's what I want.
On the Passaic River.
You know you're making a change if it feels uncomfortable.
That's where you'll find Coach Craig White.
I graduated from St. Benedict's. I live in Newark. I've lived in Newark my whole life. What makes St. Benedict's Prep different is everything.
And he's not kidding. The students take charge here. So when one asked him to start a crew team, he had no choice but to take it up with the headmaster, Father Leahy.
And I told him, I said, no, crew's too expensive, Craig. We can't do crew. One day I was walking around the property, walked through a door and tripped over an erg. So I called Craig. I said, Craig, what the heck is the erg doing here? Oh, somebody just gave it to me. I have some story, right? Ergs kept multiplying. And then one day I look across my room in the monastery, just thinking 8-man shell. Craig, he just ignored me. So now you're here doing a story on the crew team.
What started as a leap of faith is now a 10-year success story.
We're consistently getting higher and higher and higher and higher up the rankings. Our kids this year, they advanced to the semifinals at Stotesbury Cup for the first time in a decade.
I never really imagined that I could be a part of something so big. When I got to the team, I was just surprised that, wow, this actually exists. And it was really one of the first things that I could dedicate myself to.
That dedication got Yamil, Jaden, and Alvaro a ticket to U.S. Rowing's Olympic Development Program. And now they're dreaming bigger than they could have ever imagined.
My dream one day is to make the Olympics. I would love to go to the Olympics. My dream is to make the Olympics.
If one of my kids is on the Olympics, I'm probably gonna break the television. Screaming and throwing stuff, but it's great. Do we have a future Olympian in this group? Yes. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
While gold medals would be nice, Coach White says it's the character building on and off the water where the real magic happens.
Every time I have to do something hard, I think about it. I've been on the erg for 90 minutes straight before. I just think about that and be okay, I can do this. If I can do that, if I can do 90 minutes on the erg, I can definitely do this.
What we do on the water every day, without question, changes lives. When the kids come to us and they're a part of the team, they change for a couple of reasons. One, first off, they learn and they understand that I have power to make my life better. It's not just about the sport, you know? It's about, am I making myself better? Not just interpersonally, but am I becoming a better athlete, holistically better? Is my technique improving? Are my grades improving? Is my relationship with my family improving? And every generation of kids, every year, they raise the bar, and they do that themselves.
But they'll tell you, none of this would be possible without Coach White.
He's like the guy.
He's just the guy. He's just the guy.
He does a lot for us. He sacrifices a lot for us.
He's like kind of like a second father to me.
These kids are so grateful for everything. They're grateful for each other. They're grateful for the experience. And you could literally ask them to move mountains, and they'll do it.
From changing lives to changing the world of rowing to recognize the value of diversity in the sport, Coach says he's just getting started.
The rowing community in our country in particular struggled. It struggled to be able to diversify the sport. You know, our kids get hooked the minute that they get in the boat. So all we have to do is to provide access, you know, open a door. And then once the kids walk through it, they want to do it every day. I want these kids to have whatever they want. I want them to be able to grow into the world. They have the grit, they have the intelligence, they have the work ethic. So to be able to share myself and my family and my time with these kids, to be able to watch them grow, to be able to do what was done for me to another generation of young people. What else is there, you know?
Good morning, welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Exactly. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Skateboarding made its Olympic debut this year, but it's a 46-year-old newcomer and mom of two who has everyone talking. Known by her alter ego, Auntie Skates, Orby Roy's uplifting and inspiring skating videos have gone viral on TikTok, proving she's not your average auntie.
When I get on a skateboard, it is the most liberating feeling I've ever experienced. And whatever problems that I'm having in my life, they just go away. Yay! And when I get in a sari and I start flying in the bowl, it's just really fun. I feel very lucky that I found skateboarding. I could have lived my whole life and never found it.
Meet Orby Roy, also known as Auntie Skates on social media. She's a 46-year-old mother of two who started to skateboard just 3 years ago.
When I started skateboarding as a family, I started an Instagram account just to track our progress for fun and feel good about us as a family skateboarding together, and it made me really happy. Then in January of 2021, it was a particularly dark period for, I think, a lot of people with COVID, and everybody just seemed depressed. people weren't even hiding it anymore. And myself included. I think that mental health, everybody's mental health was suffering. So I created Auntie Skates as a way to spread joy and positivity. I started a TikTok account. I had never even been on TikTok before. And I took a character, Auntie, and I just started posting really fun, uplifting videos. I had created the character Auntie some time ago in improv, and I may or may not have been disciplining my children with that accent.
Hello everybody, it's Auntie. I'm out in the cold weather in Canada to do a rock to fakie. First try. Ready?
That was one piece of it. And the other piece of it was I was getting on Instagram more, and I started following young South Asian women. And I started to notice that they were complaining often about auntie. And every culture has that toxic person in their lives, the person that tries to bring them down, the person that's always judging them, you know, the person that says, "Why aren't you married yet?" And every culture has that, my culture included. So why not be the person that builds people up? And that's why Auntie Skates was created, specifically.
And it wasn't just her age that made her stand out in the skate park.
As a South Asian woman, I do wear traditional dress often for special occasions, weddings. Any chance I can to wear a sari, I will wear it. A sari is a traditional Indian outfit that women wear, and it's a long piece of cloth that you wrap around yourself. It comes in really bright, vibrant colors. I like to have fun as a skateboarder. I like to have fun as a mom. And I took Auntie Skates a little bit further, and I put Auntie in a sari, and I skated the bowl.
Orby didn't realize the impact that she would have on others.
It was the comments that people were leaving, from the 40-year-old man who used to skate as a kid and bought a board because of me, to the young Indian girl in a village in India who said, "If you can do it, I can do it." It resonated with so many people in so many different ways.
Roy was always someone that took risks, even when she was a young girl.
My parents are immigrants. They came to this country in the 60s, and I think when they came to this country, they had culture shock. They didn't really feel comfortable raising a daughter in a new, more liberal country, and I think what happened was they kind of doubled down on their old school values. They were doing what they thought was best for me, and they were setting some standards based on their own fears. And the great thing about my parents is that they learned from their mistakes. Yes, I got a computer science degree. Yes, I worked on Wall Street. But that day that I called my father and told him I was walking away from this job, and he supported me, and my mom supported me, I knew that I would always have my parents' support no matter what crazy thing I did. And with Auntie Skates, the fact that I was doing skateboarding in the first place, they were behind me immediately.
Sadly, Roy lost her beloved father, Shamit, this year.
I've always leapt before I looked, and the reason why I've been able to do that is because of my father's support. He always had my back, and he would gently guide me.
Family support has always guided Roy, and it was her husband, and ultimately becoming a mother, that made her want to pick up a skateboard and try.
When I first started talking to Sanjeev, skateboarding came up right away. He told me he sprained his ankle skateboarding and he couldn't come and meet me and that I should come and meet him. And I immediately asked him, "Are you a pro skater?" I had no concept of adult skateboarding. And he said, "I'm not a pro skater, I'm an adult skateboarder, I just like to skateboard."
She just fell in love with it. Next thing you know, I get a text message of her dropping in on a quarter pipe and and like falling on her butt and laughing. And yeah, I think that was it. That hooked you.
When we're sessioning, which is a bunch of us skating together, we just feed off of each other's energy and we push each other to try new tricks. We celebrate together, and we also push each other a little bit. Why not?
Roy believes skateboarding has actually made her a better parent.
Let's go! Yeah! I can do it! What's up?
There's a lot of life lessons to be learned in skateboarding. I've watched my kids' confidence grow so much as they skateboard. And they also learn a little bit about perseverance. You're not going to get something right away. It's not going to be handed to you. Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I'm frustrated.
Mama, you say I'm the drama queen. I am the drama queen.
They see all the emotions that I go through and they see me get through it. And that's what they're mimicking that behavior now. Sometimes people are at the skate park and they're a little bit nervous. And I always go to those people and say, how are you doing? Do you need some help? And now they do the same thing too. And just the fact that they have compassion and empathy and that they've learned that, it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud. That's parenting 101, I guess.
People ask her, "Are your kids embarrassed of you starting this thing?" And we're not. Like, we're really proud of her. Like, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Like, if you have like a super cool parent or a super cool mom, be proud of it.
As a 46-year-old woman who gets into a bowl and skates in a sari, I want people to know that you can do anything you want. Be kind to yourself and follow those dreams. Do that thing you thought was too late to do. Do the thing that makes you happy. Auntie believes in you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Turning obstacles into opportunities might seem daunting for some, but not for weightlifter Chris Rudin, who has dedicated his life to teaching others how to live without limitations.
A lot of people know that I was born with a disability, but a lot of people don't know the story behind the glove and why I've kept it on for so long. I started wearing this glove in middle school. I was used to the looks, but it wasn't until I went to middle school that kids started making fun of me. So this is the first time I am taking my glove off in front of people I've hidden from everyone else and myself, and I can't anymore. I really can't.
I remember making that video, uploaded it to YouTube, I closed my laptop, and I just didn't look at it. I was like, I don't care what happens, I'm just gonna avoid it. And I woke up to being on the front page of YouTube, on the front page of Reddit, and all over the internet. Washington Post picked it up, and just everyone ran with it.
This is me. It's a part of me. It's something I have to learn to fully accept. And I guess you do too.
My name is Chris Rudin, and I was born with 2 fingers on my left hand and a shorter left arm. I never even thought that there was other people like me. I accepted that I was different, and for a long time I accepted that I was broken. I accepted that I was less than. I always told myself that I never needed to stop hiding. to the point where I wouldn't leave my house if I couldn't find my glove. I've had to even text my dad. I'm like, hey, I need a glove. And he would go to the store to get me one because I wouldn't leave the house. I refuse. But I set a goal, if I ever got a prosthetic arm, which is almost impossible to get, that I would take my glove off and I would show the world. Since my last post, I have been invited to be on a TV show hosted by The Rock.
I never thought I would take my glove off and show people my disability. I'm here for every kid that's afraid of being different, every kid that's afraid of the way they look or the way they are. I'm here to show that it's possible, and I hope every kid in America knows limitations are self-imposed.
Great job. Thank you. To look back and go from the kid who was hiding, the kid who was ashamed to be in front of everyone, to being on magazine covers, being on billboards with The Rock, a guy who used to play with his action figures, and speaking all around the world, making a book, breaking a world record and deadlifting over 650 pounds with one hand against non-disabled people. All of that is amazing, but every day I get to help someone have that light bulb moment of, hey, I'm more than my circumstance, is the best feeling in the world. Super early this morning, but it's time to head to Nubability. Nubability is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids with limb differences how to play organized sports. I'm really excited to meet the kids, to see how the camp is. I never really had any of this growing up, so it'll be fun. How you doing? This is my first year as a coach at Nubability.
When you think of the word overcomer, it's every single person in this room.
What I really love about Nubability is there's archery, fishing, basketball, football, every sport you could imagine, even lifting weights. But more than just the sports, it's the opportunity to overcome any obstacle that this limb difference or amputation might present.
Snag it.
Oh,
it's all right,
man. Good hustle. Go. Oh my God, I'm so glad I got to see you. Are you fishing? Yes. Bonding with the next generation makes me feel impactful. It makes me feel like I'm serving some sort of higher purpose beyond the struggle that I have, but the struggles that everyone else faces. You can reel up the line a little bit. Come on, you gotta know we're gonna catch fish.
Mr. Chris is awesome, kind, sweet, nice to others. Mr. Chris is one of my most favorite people in the world.
Got it. Reel it in.
And the most funnest one I've ever met.
Boom. Boom. That's a catfish. Good job. One more time. All the way down. Chest up, knees out. Up. Good job.
Good job.
I'm stretching. I was teaching kids strength and conditioning, but what I was really teaching them is unwavering confidence. Up. Let's go. The ability to be resilient and the ability to adapt for any circumstance. The most fulfilling moment today was definitely watching this guy who was definitely taken aback by like everything. He deadlifted for the first time in his life, and he was emotional. He was definitely emotional, and it got me to watch a kid go from being timid to confident. You just did 4 different workouts in 2 seconds.
That was cool.
I love that light bulb moment that took me 17 years to happen. It takes them a few minutes. Look at you doing pull-ups. It's important not to hide who you are, because in hiding, you'll never discover who you actually are. All you will be is a carbon copy of everyone else, and the world has enough other people, and the world doesn't have any of you. Good job. So why rob the world and the next generation of the potential and the reach and the impact that you can be by being yourself? Being seen makes me feel like a person who's not broken. And the biggest moment of feeling seen was when I looked at my mirror and I wasn't ashamed of what I saw anymore. The upside to my story is, regardless of what life throws at you, there's always a way to make it to the top.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
having sex.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Today on The Upside, we're shining a light on the ways sports uplift and inspire. Up next, we're going to introduce you to a young boxer who's doing just that, fighting to claim a place for women in a sport still dominated by men.
I didn't think when I had started boxing that I was gonna come this far. I didn't know I was gonna grow this fast.
This is Violet, the warrior princess Lopez.
I would probably say I'm more of a warrior than a princess.
A 13-year-old boxer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's shaking up the world of youth boxing.
People say boxing is not meant for girls. I want them to see me as someone who shows you that you can do the sport you love, even though it's a sport that people say is not meant for you.
Violet was born with the heart of a fighter.
She's our youngest female boxer ever to compete out of the United Community Center. And I taught her from scratch, you know, from a kid that didn't know nothing.
One day I was at home and my dad came home from work and he was like, your cousins are gonna do boxing, do you wanna try it to see if you like it? They looked around, they trained a little bit, and then as the weeks went on, she just got more and more into it.
At just 8 years old, Violet won her first fight. She was forced to wait 2 years for her next fight because there wasn't another female competitor in her age group.
Early on in her career, she was always down on herself because she never knew when she was going to get a fight. Being a female in boxing and then being an 8-year-old female, there's not many 8-year-old females that want to get punched in the face.
For 2 years, she just trained. They would have show fights here and all the boys are fighting, but she wasn't. She was just watching from the stands. She started to kind of think if it was for her because she didn't feel like there was enough room for females in boxing just because there was no opportunities for them.
I think that she realizes now that it's just part of the sport for female boxers.
That's the last round, okay? 20 seconds.
Not being able to get a fight and her crying because she wanted to fight. That's just as bad as losing.
But Violet didn't let that stop her. By 12 years old, she was the top-ranked amateur boxer in the country in her division, winning gold at the Junior Olympics and 5 national championships.
I want everyone to know that I worked really hard to get to where I am right now, and it's not always easy.
One of Violet's biggest challenges is outside the ring, fighting the stereotypes that are familiar to many female athletes.
Their biggest challenge is the fact that they are a female and not a male. People just assuming that they have it easier, people thinking that the training may be different for them, not as hard, they don't have to do as much. To see her cry in her bedroom. To say that my daughter wouldn't have national championships if she were a boy because it'd be so much harder and like that's real boxing is just crap.
Nonetheless, Violet persisted.
Leading up to Lake Charles, I thought we had a really good camp. You know, she knew she had to step it up and she had to fight harder, prepare harder. Violet persevered. She outboxed them. She did what she had to do.
I'm really happy. I'm glad that I got another win in my book.
Violet was poised to have her best season ever in 2020.
2020 was going to be the year like that. I just skyrocketed. But no, the coronavirus came along. It impacted me so much. I had to take off a year of showing people what I can do and who I want to
be and what I want to change for boxing.
Violet's gym closed in March of 2020, and she had 3 of her upcoming tournaments canceled because of the pandemic. Her next national tournament was set for March 2021.
I'm looking forward to fighting because I haven't fought in it's going to be a whole year once that time comes.
Not having fought in a while, it is going to be a little more difficult because I'm going to have to like get back into the groove of things.
I just always tell her to continue to be her and work as hard as she can, and that'll just be enough. To always know what you want, continue to be who you are, and just do the best that you can. We can't always expect you to win and be perfect.
Violet finished 3rd in the Youth National Championships. After that one loss, Violet's national ranking dropped from 1st to 3rd.
I think I needed that loss. That was my first loss in a long time. I gotta work harder because I want to get back to the #1 spot because that's where I should be. I'm graduating 8th grade, so I'm gonna become a high schooler in a few months. My birthday is coming up too, so I'll be 14.
I'm beyond proud. I'm beyond proud. There's not a word. For what we've accomplished and for what we've done together, I just don't feel like people can take that away from me.
In July, Violet's home gym reopened, and she earned a bronze medal at the 2021 Junior Olympics in Lubbock, Texas. Next up, she's aiming for that #1 ranking.
My goal is to get my #1 spot back because that's what I want, period.
Probably cause I am a star and I got what it takes. Cause I'm finna go far, finna win first place.
That's it for us on the Upside, Power of Sports. Hope you walk away inspired by the incredible people and stories that we showcased today, proving that you don't have to be an elite athlete to experience the life-changing power of sport.
Thanks for doing this, sir. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
I want to tell you right out of the box, this is the highest elevation we've ever done one of these interviews. 101 stories.
I've never been this high up in my life. This is crazy.
It's kind of crazy, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's beautiful though.
We felt like it was perfect for you given where you are right now, on top of the game with this year you've had between playing the Super Bowl and a Grammy and an Oscar. How does it feel to be in the middle of this moment right now?
I don't know how to describe it. It kind of feels like this view. You know, it's like all you can do is just sit and enjoy it and be thankful for it. And that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like taking every moment, trying to seize every moment. And I know this is just the beginning, which is really like scary, but amazing in a way. So I'm just taking it all in, and I know that this is a very special situation. You know, I know that this doesn't happen all the time. So I'm just so grateful.
So we're just a couple of days away from your 24th birthday.
Yes.
It's kind of crazy, and I know you can't stop and let it wash over you completely because you're moving around doing so much, but have you processed at all what these few months have been like and how early in your career these things have started to happen for you?
I guess so. I have been thinking about it like, wow. And of course you have those doubts like, do I deserve this? You know, do I deserve to be here? And I have to remember, you know, I've been doing music for pretty much my whole life. You know, I've worked for so many years, and I have to give myself more credit. You know, I have to say, you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. You've worked for it, and you should be proud of yourself. So I've just been working on being proud of myself. Because of course, you know, when you create this art and you do these things, you're, you know, the hardest on yourself. So I'm always hard on myself, but now I've really been taking the moment to like, you know, pat myself on the back.
It feels like people in the music industry and real fans of music have known you for several years, but when you stood up there during the Super Bowl and did America the Beautiful with that guitar and you were by yourself and singing and playing, I think a huge audience of football fans or, you know, a part of the country that maybe didn't even know who you were stopped and said, who is that? How special was that performance for you?
It was very special, and the timing, I think, couldn't have been more perfect because you see a young black Filipino woman up there on the stage, you know, playing electric guitar, and I don't think you see that very often, you know, especially on a stage like that. So I just felt so like excited and nervous at the same time because it is, you know, one of the biggest stages ever. But it was so much fun. My mom was there with me, and like I know she was super proud. So, you know, we'll be back for a halftime show one of these days.
You will. I bet you will. I always think about when I see somebody singing the national anthem or just being alone on a stage that big. Do the nerves come in different than other performances? Do you think, oh, there are 100 million people watching this?
Oh yeah, sometimes, definitely. But it takes about like 2 words or a line, and then I'm in it. I'm in the performance, and I'm nowhere else.
You click into that zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, you corrected me, but you were right. I almost caught myself when I said so early in your career. Your career started when you were a toddler, basically sitting at the piano, and you were on the Today Show when you were 10 years old.
Yeah.
2007, sitting in a piano in a little fur vest you had on.
Yes.
And your parents were in the studio, and Hoda was interviewing you, and then you played Alicia Keys.
Yeah.
And now tomorrow, you're getting ready to go stand on that city concert stage with a big crowd on a Friday afternoon. That's a kind of a crazy full circle moment.
It is. There's been tons of those full circle moments. And I think that's what really shows me that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. But you know, it is early in my career. It's fair to say that. You know, I'm only 23 years old, so I still got a whole lot of years of doing this thing, to be in it and do my thing. It's like crazy to think that I'm only 23 and so much has happened, but it is early.
And so Back of Your Mind, I was reading, is technically your debut album.
I mean,
What does that mean exactly? Because we've been listening to you for years.
I wouldn't call it debut album. I would
Okay.
call it my first official album,
Okay.
just because I've released EPs before.
Right.
You know, it's only been EPs and then combined into one project, but this is my first official, full body of work, like album.
And so what went into this? What was in the back of your mind? You were just saying, I've been listening to these songs on my phone for a couple of years now,
Yeah.
and now they're out in the world. What's in the back of your mind?
So much is in the back of my mind. I think this album is pieces of Volume 1 and what got me here in the first place, and it's elevated, and it's the growth. It's more musical. There's elements of live drums and live keys and band feels, but there's also pieces of like more trap drums and new R&B sounds, and I think all of that is in this project. It's not just one specific period of time. It's everything up until this point.
You've said when you write a song, it's sort of another way of writing a diary almost, that you put your
Absolutely.
thoughts down. So what specifically has been on your mind for the last couple of years? What was coming out of your diary?
What was coming out of my diary? It's all in the music. I'm not going to tell you because I have everything revealed in the music.
Okay, I've been listening to it, so I know, but for people who are going to go out and listen to it, when you decide to put out something this personal in an album like this, what is the process? I mean, you said it's been a couple of years, but like you start with the blank page, and what do you want to say when you're putting out your album?
It's moment by moment. It's what do I feel today, or what did I feel yesterday, that I need to get out on this paper, in this song. And when I do that, you don't realize you're working towards a body of work. At least I don't. I don't realize that, oh, this is actually a story because it's my life. It's just a collection of songs that represent different feelings and different moods. I'm super moody, so there's so many different moods, that go into this project. And it's like I went into the studio thinking I'm just gonna make great music. I'm gonna make a good song. It doesn't matter what's in it. I don't care if it's a flute or if it's a trap hi-hat. It doesn't matter. If it's a great song, it's a great song. And to me, some of the best songs sound great, when they're stripped down. So if they sound good like that, then they're gonna sound good any kind of way. And that's kind of what I start with. And with this project, I thought it's really time to make a full body of work. It's time to work towards, I had been touring from 2017 to 2019 pretty much. I just was touring, so I never had time to really buckle down and like just focus in the studio on a full body of work. And this was that.
One of the things I love about you is you can't put your music into a box. People want to say, what kind of music? I mean, it's R&B, yes, but it's a little bit of older blues. It's Jimi Hendrix on the guitar. So when you were growing up, I love your list of influences, because I don't think most people would expect it from a kid who grew up in the 2000s talking about names like B.B. King and Hendrix and
Yeah.
Prince, to go along with Mariah and Whitney and all the people who influenced you. So when you were growing up in your house, I mentioned you were a toddler playing the piano on your dad's lap.
Yep.
How did this music thing start for you?
It was just, it seemed like it was there. It was like, my dad's band was playing in the living room when my mom was pregnant. So I was probably, in the womb, like, I'm going to do this, like probably. And when I was growing up, it was like there was all kinds of music around me. You know, I was blessed to grow up in an extended family home where it was my grandparents that grew up in the Philippines. You know, they were in the house with us, so they were listening to Johnny Mathis and Barry Manilow and Celine Dion, and then my mom was listening to her favorite, you know, R&B artists like, you know, Jodeci and people like that, and then my dad was listening to funk and James Brown and Hendrix, as well as Eric Clapton, and as well as Ozzy Osbourne and AC/DC, because he was just such a guitar, you know, guy. And then my uncle was playing, you know, Aaliyah and Joe and, you know, Usher and people like that. So I was exposed to so many different types of music, and I loved it all. I loved it all because I just heard all the details, you know, of everything, and I took it all in, and it was like, maybe I can make this, you know, and I didn't think I thought about that really, but I just did, you know, I just did, and music was just something I loved. It wasn't about the genre or the style, it was just, this is music.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It seems to me you've always been comfortable performing. Maybe that's not true, but just watching you in that interview when you're 10 years old, the poise you had even during the interview. So you got to sit and talk to these two strangers for a while before you play this song by someone you look up to, Alicia Keys, on national television. Where do you get your stage presence? Is that from your dad too?
I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. You know, my dad, he would go on stage and it would be, you know, 2 people in the audience and he's going crazy, you know, no matter who's in the audience. Or it's 100 people at a club or a festival and he's going crazy. And, you know, they were a cover band, so they would play songs like, you know, James Brown, Get On Up, and then they would play Sweet Home Alabama. Like, it was like there was no, he just had so much fun. And I think maybe watching him have so much fun on stage encouraged me too. I don't know. Maybe.
Was there ever a chance you weren't going to be a musician? I know you flirted with the idea of being a dentist for a little while.
When I was a kid, it was going to be something like probably in the medical field. You know, when you have an Asian mother, like the pressure of, you know, of the Asian family home, sometimes it's like, you know, success is like you got to become a doctor or like a nurse, you know. So I think that was definitely going to be in the plans, and then, you know, that didn't work out. So I just became a musician instead.
So in your heart, you knew you were going to be a musician.
I think so. I think I decided, you know, it was a given. But when I graduated high school, I really decided I'm going to do this thing 100%. I'm going to be fully invested in this. And yeah.
Have there ever been, once you decided, have there been bumps along the way where you said, man, this is a tough business. I don't know how to break through. I don't know if this is going to work out. And obviously you've overcome all that if you had it. But have you been frustrated at certain points in your rise?
Absolutely. You know, I've been blessed with an amazing team, MBK Entertainment, who believe in artist development. And they saw me when I was on the Today Show when I was 10 years old. And everybody saw something in me that I don't even think I saw in myself. But shortly after that, I got signed to RCA Records, to MBK RCA, and I was 14. And, you know, of course, people around you are like, oh, you're going to be a huge star. Like, right away. They think that's how it works. And I think I knew that's not how it works, you know, just because I had been exposed so young and watching other artists. But of course, throughout those years, I'm working on my craft and I'm being patient, but I'm watching so many other artists, you know, become successful. They were managing Elle Varner and K. Michelle and Brandy and Alicia Keys and Justine Skye and all these different artists, and I watched them, and I was on the side of the stage at their shows. I was the one backstage cheering them on, you know, like, oh, that's gonna be me one day. But of course you get frustrated, like, when is it gonna be my turn? And of course I was working on my craft, and people would say things like, oh, she's gonna get shelved, you know, she's never gonna make it, or she's never gonna put music out. And I think I just quieted all those voices, and I knew, you know, what's for me is for me, and it's gonna happen when it's supposed to. And finally, as soon as I graduated high school, the following year in 2016, we all took a chance and decided it's time to release Volume 1 and finally really, you know, be the artist that I'm meant to be, and the rest is history.
I feel like probably for a 14-year-old coming into the music industry, they might have wanted to push you in a certain direction, certain
Absolutely.
people, because it's got to be hard for them to even conceive of a 14-year-old who wants to play the guitar like Jimi Hendrix and have this old school soulful sound. Like, how do I market that? How do I sell it? Was there an effort by some people to kind of nudge you in a direction other than you found yourself?
I mean, everybody has their opinions. Everybody has their thoughts and feelings on the artist I should be. Oh, you should do songs like this. You should do songs like this. And I've tried them all. I've done everything because I love all types of music, and I'm not afraid to, you know, challenge myself. But when it was 2016 or 2015 really, and I was finally finding who I wanted to be as an artist, I realized I needed to make what was most authentic to me that fit into the world of what was going on in music at the same time. You know, you never compromise yourself, but you learn. And I had to be a student of the game, a student of what was happening in music. And so I did that, and I listened to a lot of artists like Drake and Jhené Aiko and Bryson Tiller at the time, and so many different artists. And I really admired that sound, and I thought this might be the lane, this might be the sound that I would really like to make an introduction, you know, into the world with, and that was how Volume 1 came to be.
So tell me about the name Her, because that's part of your evolution as well. Why you decided to go with that, and what the significance is to you?
You know, with Her, it was like a time in my life, of course, when you're in high school and, you know, you're changing and you're going through all these things and boys and, you know, all these things that are part of life, right? And I always watched, like, the women that I grew up around, and I always said, you know, I'm not going to be like them. I'm not going to, you know, fall for the wrong guy. Like, it was like a hopeless romantic way to think. Or I'm not going to be that vulnerable, and, you know, I'm going to be like this type of woman, and whatever that means, you know, when I was a teenager trying to be a perfectionist. And then I realized that it's inevitable to fall for the wrong guy, or, you know, to make mistakes, or, you know, to have feelings that are, you know, valid, because it's part of life. You know, it's inevitable to go through changes as a woman and to be imperfect, you know. And yeah, I decided, you know, I really would like this music to reflect that period of time and all of those things, and that's why I decided to go by the name Her. And it was also a way to make people focus on the music, because sometimes we listen with our eyes and not our ears, you know, and I really wanted the music to be the center of attention, not, you know, my look, or how old I am, or, you know, where I'm from, and all of those things, what I'm wearing, who I'm dating. I just didn't think any of those things matter. I always wanted to get back to the art and to the music, and that's why I decided to just have a silhouette as the cover and for it to be called Her.
And do you think that has worked for you in terms of people sort of just being like, man, she can play, she can sing, and that's all I need to know about her?
I think so. And I mean, I definitely think people, you know, were like, wow, the music, you know, it's all about the music. And now I feel there's an organic, you know, kind of reveal of me and who I am as a person, and, you know, as an artist, and you know, just a little bit more of the details, a little bit more of my face, you know, here and there. But yeah, the music was the forefront, and I'm happy that that's the driving force here.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. The new cover, we finally get to see a little of your face on the cover.
A little bit of my face.
And that's by design. Here's a little peek.
Yeah, it is. You know, they say eyes are the window to the soul. My music is the window to my soul, you know. But here's a little peek into my soul.
So what do you think, now that you give us a little peek, people should know about you that they don't know about you through all these years of listening to your music as you open yourself up a little bit?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think the major thing is, like, don't take yourself too seriously all the time. Really have to enjoy this. I find myself like forgetting to just be in the moment, you know, and I'm working on that. But I think people need to know that, you know, I don't take myself too seriously. I take my art and my expression seriously, but I don't take myself too seriously.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
I mentioned your Grammy this year, which you won for I Can't Breathe.
Yeah.
I was talking last week, we had Trevor Noah on the show, and we were talking about doing comedy in this year that didn't feel very funny, and how you address everything that's happening in the country. So the song obviously addresses what's been happening in our country, not just for the last year, but for generations. Mm-hmm. What was it like to make music in this last year, as you would watch the news or see something happening in the streets and want to have something to say about it?
Yeah, it was a tough year. I actually didn't create a lot in the first half of the year because it was just so like, I had my whole year planned. I was going to do a bunch of shows, and it all just came to a stop. And that's very scary. Like, okay, we have no idea what's going on. So, you know, when the summer happened and the George Floyd protests were happening, of course, we were all affected by it. But it was just like this new awareness and like this, you could not escape it. You couldn't say, oh, you know, I'll read about that article later, or I'll, you know, you could not avoid it. So seeing that, I ended up just calling Tiara Thomas, who I write with all the time, but we're friends. You know, that's like my big sister. And we were just catching up. We started talking about, like, isn't this crazy? And she started talking about her pain. I started talking about my pain and just, you know, just the fear that we both had. And suddenly we ended up writing a song. My guitar stays next to my bed in my mom's house, and I was at my mom's house during quarantine, and I picked up the guitar, and we just started asking, you know, those questions, like, to ourselves, like, how do we cope when we don't love each other? What is a gun to a man that surrenders? All these things that we really felt, and it kind of just happened organically. And I ended up recording it in my room. You know, I was like engineering myself, and the dogs were barking. I had to wait for a second and then continue recording. And, you know, and I just felt like, wow, okay, this is something that I want to put out there because it reflected how we felt.
So the song of the year was recorded in a bedroom in your mom's house.
Yes, it was. Yep, absolutely.
That had to be incredibly gratifying, though, to hear your name called for not just for that song, but for what it was speaking about, to be the song of the year at the Grammys.
You have no idea. So I didn't expect it to win. You know, I really didn't. I was like, oh man, these are all amazing and, you know, incredible artists. I just wrote the song in my room, you know. I didn't.
That's cool enough, and then you win an Oscar.
Yeah.
On top of it. I mean,
it's crazy.
What was that experience like?
I mean, the next day after winning Song of the Year, you know, they were like, the Oscar nominations are going to come out. And I was like, okay, well, it's okay if I don't get nominated. I got Song of the Year. Like, it's all good. We got the nomination. And I'm like talking it down because I'm like, this is a huge deal. But I don't want to get, you know, I don't want to get my hopes up or anything. And we go, and it's super chill. And my mom's there, and she's all like happy, just happy to be there. We're meeting Angela Bassett. And then, you know, Zendaya calls my name. Yep. And, you know, everything just stopped for a second. Everything just stopped. I was like, did this really just happen? Like, did I just win an Oscar? Am I an Oscar winner? And of course, I thought about, you know, Prince winning his Oscar. I thought about just all of these things, the movie and the importance of that film that I was even winning for. I just felt like bigger than me. Like, oh my gosh, I'm being recognized for this specific moment. This movie based on an important moment in Black history, which was even more rewarding, you know, to be winning an Oscar for that. So there were all of these things going through my head, and I just couldn't even fathom, you know, what was going on.
I'm sure. So in the space of a couple of weeks, you got the G and the O and the EGOT. We just got to get to the outside now.
Got to get to the E
right?
and the T.
There's some talk that you might be doing some work on Broadway potentially, that you want to get into acting.
Absolutely.
Is that in your future?
Absolutely. I had a little part in the movie Yes Day with Jennifer Garner.
Yeah.
And I got to play myself, but I had some lines, and you know, they were all like, "Wow, you're such a natural." And I've actually loved acting for so many years, but music has been the main focus. So I'll definitely be on the big screen soon. I'll make some time for it.
No reason you can't do both, right?
Exactly.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm curious, everyone seems to have a moment in their career where they feel like everything changed. Do you have one? Some people point to Rihanna posting the video with your song on in the background.
That was a big moment.
Was it?
Yeah, that was definitely a big moment. It was like, oh my gosh, like people really listen to my music. But I think it's not so much, you know, social media really. It is, but it's more so when I'm really with the people. You know, when I was on stage opening up for Bryson Tiller in 2017 in Atlanta. This was my first show. You know, well, not my very first show, but my first show on a tour after I released my project. Everybody was singing the lyrics. And I was like, oh my gosh, these people know the lyrics to my songs? Like, we're all freaking out. Like, did you hear them? You know, like they were really singing along. And I knew at that point, you know, that I was really getting a core following, like a group of people that really love my music. And then fast forward, I'm doing a festival in Las Vegas, and there's people with cowboy hats in the audience singing all the lyrics to my songs. And I'm like, okay, this is crazy. You know, it's so much more than I thought. But it just shows you, music brings people together. And I didn't think I would have the ability to do that. But I see it and I feel it.
I thought the same thing watching you at the CMTs with
Yeah.
Stapleton. That's a country audience, and they were singing along, and you've got fans across the spectrum, and you've been smart. You've come up in this generation where, you don't have to focus on the radio as much, right? You can do streaming and social media. Does that make it easier for an artist to be able to just put your stuff out directly in some ways?
Definitely. When you use social media as a tool, I think it definitely makes it easier. Like I kind of built this thing. We built this kind of like a rapper, where you put out a mixtape and you just grind. And it was a lot of, posting, and it was really word of mouth, and then really getting on the road and just touring. I toured for like 2 or 3 years, and just on the road and doing my thing. So, I definitely think it makes it easier, and it's hard. There's so much out there, and you could get discouraged. But when you are totally your authentic self and you put yourself out there, anything is possible, And there's somebody out there that is looking for somebody like you to look up to, So you got to tell yourself that.
That's a great message, because I think a lot of people are trying to be something they think will be popular, and people will make people like them.
Yeah, no.
And you get lost doing that.
You get lost, and then you regret it, because you're like, why didn't I just stick to my guns? Why didn't I just be who I am? And that's part of life. We all have, a hard time being who we really are, and being afraid of standing out too much. But when you realize standing out is your superpower, and that you're actually helping other people by standing out, helping them be comfortable in their own skin, by you being comfortable in your own skin, then you have impact.
I know you've got sound check in a few hours, basically, because you have to get up
Pretty
so
much.
early for the Today Show, so we'll let you go. But how much fun is it going to be, not just tomorrow morning, but this summer and into the fall, to get back on a stage and just hear those audience sing your songs back to you again?
I'm so excited. You have no idea. I'm like, let's get to it. Let's get on the stage. No, I'm really, really excited. It's been a long time, and we've lost a lot in the past year. And of course, I've been blessed to still be able to do what I do. But there's nothing like being in front of a real audience and having that connection. So I can't wait.
Well, I'm so happy for your success. It's great to see somebody true and real and so talented succeeding the way you are.
Thank you so much.
Congrats, and we'll see you on TV at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And welcome back. It is Superfood Friday, and as we head into Labor Day weekend, we are firing up the grill. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is here with 2 recipes you'll definitely want to make. Take a look.
In honor of the holiday weekend, we are going to get grilling with some superfood goodies, starting with miso scallion shrimp kebabs, and then a dessert, grilled pineapple with a sweet tropical glaze. So before we head outside to the grill, I'm going to first show you how to prep the sauces in my kitchen, and we're going to start with this signature miso sauce. So this is miso paste, a light yellow or tan variety. I'm adding in some rice vinegar, a little bit of reduced sodium soy sauce. For the sweetener, it can be 2 tablespoons of honey I'm using, but you can use brown sugar or you can use maple syrup. When you get this out at a restaurant, it usually has at least double this amount of sugar. Now for some more superfoods, we have here garlic, an antiviral, great for the immune system, and this is fresh ginger root, which helps to ease inflammation. This is the bottom whites of the scallion that I minced, and I'm gonna use the greens for my actual skewers. Mix this up. So now our sauce is done, and we're gonna get going with our shrimp. So I have these bamboo skewers that I soaked in water beforehand because you don't want them to burn on the grill. And I only soaked them for about 20 to 30 minutes. And now I'm gonna take my skewer, and these are frozen, defrosted, extra large shrimp. And shrimp is the ultimate superfood because it is a lean source of protein. It's totally light on calories. And so I'm alternating the shrimp with my scallion greens. And there you have it. I'm gonna head over to the stove and show you how to make this sweet, tropical, indulgent glaze that's gonna go over our grilled superfood pineapples. First, I'm adding some pineapple juice, no added sugar, a little bit of rice wine vinegar, and some soy sauce. I'm gonna bring this to a boil. And once this boils, I'm gonna lower the heat and I'm gonna let it simmer for about 10 minutes to reduce it to about half its size. And to thicken it some more, I'm adding a half a teaspoon of arrowroot flour or cornstarch. And there you go. Our sauce is ready. I have everything on the tray and I'm gonna head outside and get grilling. I sliced my pineapple, misted the tops, and now I'm gonna grill them for about 10-15 minutes on each side. And in the meantime, the shrimp have been cooking for about 3 minutes. And I'm gonna let them cook another 3 minutes. And then on the second side, about a minute before it's done, I brush on a generous portion of our miso sauce. And these shrimp are ready. Right before eating, I like to give them another brush with the yummy sauce. Our pineapple slices are nice and caramelized, and pineapples are a true superfood because first they're loaded with vitamin C, which has immune boosting power, but also they have an enzyme called bromelain, which helps to aid digestion and it eases inflammation. And we are going to kick these up a notch. I'm gonna drizzle the sauce over the top. And I'm gonna add a couple of garnishes, some chopped mint, some toasted sesame seeds, and I like everything hot, so some crushed red pepper flakes. And there you have it, miso scallion shrimp kebabs and grilled pineapple with an indulgent tropical glaze. Happy Labor Day and happy grilling.
Yum. Goodness, that sounds amazing.
Right?
You can get these recipes on today.com/food. What are you making for?
Not that. We usually just do turkey burgers and hot dogs.
Well, I don't know. You're like this newfound chef.
That is true. Don't get me started on my salad, my chickpea salad and my kale soup with lentils. I have to post those on thirdhourtoday.com.
It says Labor Day, like kale soup with lentils. And welcome back. We are firing up the grill for a special Labor Day edition of Make Ahead Monday.
Chef Curtis Stone of Gwen Butcher's Shop and Restaurant in Hollywood and the newly launched Private Chef LA is sharing his steak secrets. Curtis, take it away.
I'm going to show you how to cook the perfect steak. First things first, take your meat out of the refrigerator and make sure you temper it. Now what that means is let it just come up to room temperature. So about 30 minutes, 45 minutes is perfect. Next, get yourself some paper towel and just dry it off, all right? Turn it over and do the same there. Then you're gonna go ahead and season that steak. So just using salt, I don't even put pepper because the pepper will burn in a really hot grill. Pick that steak up, flip it on over, and you're gonna season the other side as well. All right, so we've tempered it. Now we've seasoned it with sea salt, and then you wanna stick it onto a red hot grill. Now, whether that grill is inside, I'm using a beautiful grill pan here, or if you're going outside onto the grill, you can do that as well. Go ahead, drop them in. You wanna hear that sizzle straight away, and if you don't, come over here and turn it up nice and high, right? Because you wanna get that caramelization. Once you see that smoke, if it's getting too intense, you can always go ahead and just turn it down just a touch, but you do want to really develop that color. So you let it rest for half the time it took to cook. So I just took these off and they'll be ready in just a minute. So what do you do with those incredible steaks? Well, I'm going to show you how to make an incredible banh mi, which is a delicious sandwich. All right, so banh mi, it's a Vietnamese sandwich. It's really delicious. You need to make a sauce. I've got some store-bought mayonnaise and a little bit of sriracha. Right, put as much or as little as you like, depending on how spicy you like it. Go ahead, mix that up, and that is your sauce done. So I'm gonna pick that up, flip it on over. It's looking beautiful and golden brown right there. And then what you do is you cut your veggies, right? So I've got a julienne cutter here, so you can go ahead and run straight on through that, which is really cool. Or you could use a knife and you could chop that up. But I've got some radish, I've got some, or some daikon I should say, I've got some carrot, and I've also got some sliced cucumbers. So next you want to get yourself one of these beautiful baguettes, okay, just like that. pick it up, then you lift it open, and you generously add that mayonnaise dressing to the inside of your banh mi. And then I like to take some of those thin slices of cucumber and just sort of layer it through, just like this. Then some carrots and some of that beautiful daikon radish. Now, of course, the most important part is the protein. Now, from edge to edge, it's nice and pink, and the reason that's the case is because we let it rest, which is that important part. I'm going to go ahead, cut that lengthways straight down my ribeye. I tell you what, Labor Day, I know that we're not having giant parties right now and inviting loads of people around, but it doesn't mean you should cheat yourself. So have some of that delicious ingredients. The other thing that you need to make is a nut chum dressing. It's this simple to do. A little bit of soy, you put a little bit of sugar, a little bit of ginger, and you can just sort of, a little bit of lime juice, you can kind of just squeeze those ingredients in together like that, give it a little whisk, and that gives you that beautiful flavor, that beautiful Vietnamese flavor that you'll be looking for. Just drizzle that over the vegetables, and you've got a beautiful banh mi done in minutes.
I have so many thoughts going through my head right now. Number one, I'm so mad I just bought hot dogs for today.
Yeah, it seems so.
And number two, can you imagine if we try to recreate this? I feel like, okay, I'm going to use my carrot. Okay, let's peel the carrot. Like, he makes it look so easy.
I know, and it's always so good. And we're always leaning as if we're going to get closer to it.
I know.
Chef Curtis, thank you so much. You can find these recipes on today.com/food. You guys do it and let us know how it goes.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Exactly.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning on Today Food, Labor Day desserts. We are celebrating the end of summer. It hurts to say that, but it's true. Like the end of a good meal with a spin on some classic desserts perfect for the season.
It's also a big nod to the State Fair, which we all missed this year. Today, contributor Elizabeth Heiskell joins us now from her home kitchen. I'd love to be there.
Hey,
good morning. Good morning to you.
Hey, how are y'all?
I'm doing great. I have to tell you, when we talk about the State Fair, some of the best memories of my life, the Kansas State Fair. So
have you ever going down that midway and you've got all those incredible trailers with all that fried food, honey? I mean, if it ain't fried, we don't want it
There
when
she
we're at the
is.
State Fair. And so that's what we're going to start with today. These are fried apple pie corn dogs. They could not be simpler. All you do, you literally take an apple pie that's frozen, pre-made. All you have to do is go pick that up, get all of the outside crust off of it. You don't want that. And now we just have this frozen center. We're going to wrap it in a pastry dough, and you can buy that at the grocery store as well. It comes in just like one of those rolls. And then we're just going to kind of fashion this. It's supposed to look like a corn dog. So you want to kind of go ahead and cut it, mold it. and then we're going in that oil.
Wow.
So the good news is that when you're frying, you want it to be about 350 degrees. Take a little piece of dough to test it. Put it in. If it starts to bubble and sizzle, you know it's true. It's right where it needs to be.
Wow.
All right, so here's one that I did a little bit earlier. So now we've got the filling in there. It's been fried. We're going to take one of these skewers, which I've hidden from myself. Okay. There we go. We're going to stick that in the bottom of this. A little bit of powdered sugar.
Ooh,
you could do some caramel sauce on top of this.
Ooh.
Absolutely unbelievable. And then look. So I'm going to cut this just so you can see.
Oh, come on.
Hello.
Elizabeth.
Have you ever in your life? I mean, that is the easiest thing in the world. Now, we could not have a fair without a blueberry pie. I mean, the pie contest is, is so iconic. This one has balsamic that I've already added in here, a little bit of cornstarch, and we've beaten up a few of these blueberries with the back of this wooden spoon. Now we're going to add our cinnamon. We're adding some sugar, just a little. We have vanilla. We also have some honey, which is going to be incredible. So we've got that sort of acidic balsamic. We've got that nice honey, a little bit of salt, and then I'm adding a little bit of black pepper.
Oh.
And you won't, yes, it will be that thing that you kind of go, wait, what is that? Like, what is that? You won't be able to put your finger on it, but you will certainly know it's there. Here are the rest of our blueberries. We're going to add that wonderful cornstarch, balsamic honey mixture to it. And then we'll mix it up just a bit. And then this is going to go right into our dough. Now, the recipe, which you'll see at todayshowfood.com, for that pastry dough is super simple. We used a food processor. Okay. So you put all of your ingredients in it, whiz it around. Once it forms a ball, you just put it in the fridge, let it sit for a little bit, and then we're going to roll it out. Look at there. I mean, Can y'all see that?
Wow.
Look at those blueberries.
Wow.
I mean, and this is the season. This is the end of the fruit season. We're going to be working into fall apples and all of that pretty soon. So let's go ahead and, really get into it with our berries.
Oh, my goodness.
Because they won't be here long.
Elizabeth, what does
So
your
then we're
house
just
smell
gonna-
like right now?
Oh, honey, it smells like 4 dogs. No, I'm kidding. It smells... You want the honest answer? No, it smells absolutely incredible. I'm telling you, there's nothing like this. And, I think people are taking time now to do some baking. So seriously, try, something like this. I was really sad. I've always wanted to enter a pie at the state fair, and this was going to be my year. I was going to enter this, and so I know. So I just decided to have the contest by myself.
There you go.
And
Thank
guess
you for
what?
sharing.
Guess what?
Yes.
I won.
You won.
I judged it. I won.
Congratulations.
Blue ribbon. Yes, I know. Isn't that fantastic?
You're at the dollar store.
Here we
That's
go.
for me.
I think you took first
It's
and
a
second with
blue-
those two. That's amazing.
Elizabeth,
And honorable mention.
it's always a pleasure. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hotty toddy.
To get
Y'all take care. Woo! There we go, Willie. There we go.
There you go.
Hotty,
to get
baby.
these recipes, go to today.com/food.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan.
Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning on Today Food, what to do with all that summer produce. Local fruits and vegetables are at their peak right now. If you have some laying around, fear not. We've got some delicious ideas for you. Greg Backstrom is the chef and owner of Olmsted. It's a fine dining restaurant in Brooklyn. Greg and his team, including his dad, built and designed the space, which includes a backyard garden. And Greg's here to show us two of his most popular dishes on the menu at Olmsted.
Absolutely.
First of all, I know Dad's watching in Chicago right now.
Yeah, for sure. He's on the couch watching it.
How involved was he in the opening?
Well, when I finally was able to open up a restaurant, I didn't really have a ton of money to actually. I got the keys to the space, but didn't have any money to really fix it up. So I convinced my dad to come drive out from Chicago, and I grew up in an old farmhouse. So we took a lot of the old barn wood that was. The barn actually collapsed not that long ago from a tornado, and we took it all and we used it to kind of frame out the restaurant and build everything. And we just opened up another restaurant across the street from the first one from Olmsted called Maisonaki. It's French, and he did the same thing. He brought wood from Chicago.
That's
and
a cool
he
story.
built everything.
Thank goodness your dad's handy, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, what are we going to make today? What are we starting with here?
So at the restaurant, we try to really keep it flavors that everyone knows, but present it in a unusual way. So heirloom tomatoes right now are super in season, and so we really simply just cut them like almost into like a steak, right? So it's just like a big piece. Everyone right now is serving heirloom tomato salad.
Yeah.
So we take it, we have our heirloom tomato, we season it with salt and pepper, and we just very simply mix eggs and flour.
And we're going to make an heirloom tomato schnitzel?
Schnitzel, yeah. So the idea being that it's a hot heirloom tomato dish. Instead of just always a cold salad.
Okay.
So we coat it in this batter right here. It's very simple that it's just eggs and flour, and then we dredge this tomato in the flour, dunk it into the batter, right?
All right.
And then, like, that is what's going to make the flour and the egg is what's going to make it golden brown.
What kind of oil there?
So that's olive oil.
All right.
Whatever tomatoes that you can get, like the bigger the better, right?
What actually makes it an heirloom tomato?
It's sort of before it's been adulterated and turned into like a tomato that's meant for shipping and picked before it's ripened. It's like at its peak. It's grown for flavor, and it's like the original tomato. Heirloom just means it's the original.
What's the verdict, ladies?
Really good. You'd worry it would take away from the fresh, delicious tomato, but it almost enhances it.
I mean, honestly, we tried to just pair it with things. Like right now, it's very simple. There's still only 3 ingredients, right? It's tomato, flour, and egg.
What are these yummy sauces, though, that we're trying?
So it's, because there's a little toastiness to it, it kind of tastes like a pizza. So we just kind of paired it with things that kind of go well with pizza. So it's like a ricotta cheese, very simple. You can make it or you could buy it, but you just mix it with a little bit of olive oil and it thins it out to make it a spread.
Delicious.
Roasted peppers with some preserved lemon.
What a
That's
great
simple.
idea.
And then the basil, just mix it with some anchovies to kick it up a little bit.
That's a cool take on a fried green tomato.
So yeah,
how long on each side? I don't want
2 minutes on each side, and then we kind of finish it with a little bit more some nice oil, some chives, and then
voila.
That's it.
Tasty.
Like you could just put whatever you want, how much if you want on it. That's how we preserve it. We present it like that, where there's just a couple of sides to the dish, and put whatever you want on it.
All right, let's start on this. We're going to start on this peach dish. I'm going to dig into the tomato schnitzel while you do that. What are we making here?
So again, super simple. I was in the Boy Scouts. We made a lot of peach cobbler. So it's just some peaches with some salt, sugar, some rum, some elderberry flower syrup to kind of make it a little bit sweeter, honey, and lemon juice. Then we take some zest of an orange.
By the way, it's a solid tomato, Greg.
Thanks. I mean, I didn't grow the tomato. I bought that one at the farmer's market. But so, yes, very simple. We just take this. We put a used vanilla bean. You don't have to use any herbs that you have growing in the garden. We have a garden out back of our restaurant. You wrap it up, toast it, then they become nice roasted peaches over here.
It's a full stick of butter, huh?
There's a lot of butter in there.
Attaboy.
It's definitely not healthy.
Attaboy. Man after my own heart.
Absolutely amazing.
It's so good.
So, however, there is flax seeds in it, which makes it healthier to some extent. There's not a lot of flax
we'll go
seeds.
with that, Greg.
Okay, so it's just equal parts brown sugar, butter, and flour, flaxseed, salt, and cinnamon.
What does the flaxseed do?
Strawberry?
It adds like a toastiness to it.
We're going to food process it?
You food process it. Whether the butter's cold, whether the butter's not cold, it doesn't really matter. The trick here is that you just take what you have, and you take like a wire rack that you have in your house, and you just push it through, and you have a nice mix, right?
Oh, wow.
So now
That's
it's
a pro
done.
tip.
You can't make it wrong. There's no way to do it wrong.
Like a little crumble, basically.
Yeah, so you just bake it at just like a cookie,
Yeah.
12 minutes, 350, that's it.
Next step.
So those peaches that are now cooled, you can very easily just you could peel the skin off, and you just cut it. That's that. You take the juices from the pan, you pour it over it, so it's really nice and juicy. And it's just, we make peach ice cream at the restaurant, we make a jam at the restaurant. So Peach Melvin is always raspberry, peaches, and vanilla ice cream.
Correct. Wow. Fantastic. And it seems as if the crowd's pleased.
I'm in love. This is delicious.
Delicious. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Greg. Congrats on everything.
Today.com, by the way, /food. Today.com. So you want to say hello to Dad?
And Mom. My mom would be really mad at me.
How good Mom and Dad?
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes. With Xfinity X5.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, we are back with Today Food and our good friend, Wolf's mother, Valerie Bertinelli, who always delivers great recipes, and they're chocked full of flavor, but we just like having Val on.
Yeah, we do. She always makes us smile. Valerie Bertinelli is, she's also there to help when things aren't going as planned in the kitchen. Take a look at her experience with Hoda on an upcoming episode of Valerie's Home Cooking.
Okay, so now we're going to take our lemon.
Okay, cut it in half.
And then you just juice that right in.
This is awesome. This would be great.
Isn't it great?
For our cocktails.
Now you're going to do the same thing with your limes.
Do the same thing.
So what you want to do is when you put it in the juicer, take your cut side and put your cut side down where the holes are.
Oh, dude.
That's what you do.
No wonder it went everywhere.
Yeah, there you go.
This is amazing. No wonder why it was oozing out everywhere.
Have we ever seen Hoda cook?
No.
No, I was just about to say, you just got Hoda to cook.
Now we know why.
Valerie, you're the perfect person. You're the perfect person.
She's a great cook.
How you been,
Good
by
morning.
the way? How you been? How's it going out there?
Very well. I'm very well. I'm a big super rock fan now. I'm the mother of, that's my favorite title.
I love it.
Wolfie's mom. So thank you, Carson.
Yeah, so by the way, while we're on the topic of Wolf, is he going on tour soon, A? And my follow-up question, Val, is the tattoo. Is that new on his wrist? And what do you think of it?
Yes, he just got the tattoo a few days ago. And I'm very excited for him. He's so proud of it. He loves it. A lot of his band members got the same tattoo because they're all staying at his house right now. They're all rehearsing. They're going to be going on the road in 3 weeks. Ooh. And of course, I'm going to be at the first show.
It's going to be
great.
Front row.
There you go. Handing out pasta salad to
It's
everyone.
the band's emblem, like their logo on his wrist. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's talk about this pasta salad.
You got it. So it's a really easy summer pasta salad. During the last break, I put the broccoli in with the pasta water. just so that it would just come to a nice little beautiful color. See how nice and bright green it gets? Yeah, so now we're going to take this out and put it into a big bowl over here. Oh. And you're just going to put it together, and it's so great because it's got no mayo. It's got ginger. I'm going to make the dressing right now. So it's got miso.
Okay.
A little bit of ginger goes in. And then we've got some soy sauce. And some lime juice. And a little rice wine vinegar.
Wow.
Over here. Some canola oil. And for a nice, bright, strong taste, a little bit of sesame oil. And then some sesame seeds. That's going to help break up the miso and the ginger. And then you just give that a quick, big shaky shake, like you're making a cocktail.
Probably gives it a different flavor profile, too, you know, when you think of a typical pasta salad.
I like the approach.
Yeah, it does. It's nice. It's fresh. It's refreshing. It's a little bit different. I'm just going to add some veggies in here. So it's a really veggie-heavy pasta salad, which I also like because then I feel like I'm behaving a little bit, or at least getting more vitamins than I normally would.
There are never
and
enough
then
veggies
while
at
the
a
pasta's
barbecue.
hot, no, right? And while the pasta is nice and hot, you're going to get that dressing right on, and that is going to help it melt into everything. And there you go.
Valerie, what kind of pasta did you use there? What kind of pasta is that?
This is cavatappi, which I really love because it's got little grooves on the outside, and it's also got it's little tubes. So all of that flavor from the dressing is going to really cover the whole thing. It's really delicious. I wish I was in studio with you so you could try it. It's one of my favorites.
You serve that warm?
Yes, you can serve it warm, you can serve it cold, you can serve it room temperature. I'm also going to give a little bit more to the sesame seeds. I like a little crunch in there.
Good idea.
And then you can really just top it with some chives for some color.
So
a little bit more
without
onion.
mayonnaise or anything in there, I mean, this is a salad that could really just sort of sit out the whole day, huh?
Yeah, it travels really well if you're going to somebody's cookout. It's just a nice little break from all the ribs and the burgers and the hot dogs that, I don't know about you guys, but we loaded up on that over the weekend.
Tell me
Chili and all that stuff. Yeah.
Same.
Before you leave us this morning, I know you have something else to share. You're coming out with a book. Can you tell us about it?
I am. I'm so nervous about it, though. I mean, it's a very, very personal book. It's about, oh, boy. It all started on your show almost 2 years ago. My journey has taken me from, I just don't want to beat myself up anymore.
Yeah.
And I know so many women my age, younger, older, that we're so busy beating ourselves up that we just don't find the love and the wonder and the grace that are really within us. So I wrote about the past 2 years, grief, happiness, joy, finding joy, and I hope it touches some people's lives. It was a really challenging write for me, but it was cathartic.
Well,
There's
it's a great
also a lot
title.
of recipes in there because it's for me.
It will definitely touch people's lives, for sure.
Enough already. That's
Valerie.
Yeah, enough already with beating ourselves up, right?
Yeah, that's a perfect title for that.
Cheers
Val.
to
We love
that.
you. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
pasta.
We are back with Chip and Joanna Gaines. We've been waiting for them all morning, but actually for many years.
Yes, we have.
They are one of the country's most recognizable couples, and here's how you know them. Chip and Joanna have been married for, this is your life, 18 years. They're the parents to 5 kids, ranging in ages 16 to 3.
How sweet. And when their show Fixer Upper premiered 8 years ago, it became an instant hit. It quickly popularized the style known as farmhouse chic, and it helped out Waco, Texas big time.
Yeah.
It put home renovation on the map. And after ending that show to take a little time out of the spotlight, they're back, babe, with their biggest project yet, and we're so glad they made it to Studio 1A to hang with us for a couple of hours. First of all, the biggest change of all is happening in that chair.
Look at this.
We need We need a French braid.
Yes.
We need a little bit of
They
extra
said Chip
conditioner.
Gaines is coming and not Fabio. What's happening?
I like her style.
Yeah, talk to us.
I get this. It's like the rest of the country, sadly, in some ways. It's like nobody can agree on anything. You're either in this camp or you're in this camp. Well, Twitter is very similar in that regard with my hair. It's either you love this
Love it
or you
hate
Well,
it.
let's
Wait,
ask-
what does Joanna say?
Joe's the one.
It's grown on me.
No, it has not.
It has, but yeah, I mean, it's grown on me. He's about to shave it.
Okay.
Really? I actually like it. I think it's cute.
But I think I'm going to miss it for sure.
It's a 50-50. You are either in one camp or the other.
Where do
There's
you come
absolutely
down?
no
I
in
say
between.
cut it.
I'm like, I like
Right
it.
off the bat, she goes, "Oh, sweet." She was touching my face like my mom. Oh, I just don't don't like it at all. I need you to cut it
You grew it out
immediately."
for a reason, though.
Yes.
I
Right?
did, yeah. Well, twofold. I mean, it's evolved into a real philanthropic, and I'm excited about raising the money part. So that's kind of the back end of it. But at the beginning, I was telling Hoda this yesterday. It's like the pandemic hit, and it was just like we just cut that out of our typical routine, like probably most people, you know. And so after it got a little longer and a little longer, I just was like, you know what? I'm going to go for it. I mean, I'm going to grow this out. I was telling Hoda, it's like I like to continue to bring in like bucket lister type situations
So
into
he
my
can
life.
say,
And I was like, hey, when I die, I'm going to say, do you remember that season that I had that long hair?
Long hair.
And when I'm bald as a bat here in a couple of months after we shave it literally razor blade bald, then I'll say I've never been bald before either. So.
Well, you guys, we're going to talk about your kids. You have 5 of them, but you have a 6th that you're about to give birth to, and that's this.
It does feel like
this
that.
feels like
Little
your 6th
Maggie.
child, a big
Little Maggie.
network.
Little Maggie.
How does the Magnolia Network feel on the big day?
It's this morning I sat there, I was in the bathroom and I was crying and I was like, why am I crying? And it felt like I just gave birth. I always cry when I give birth, but it was like,
for sure.
This is a baby, 2.5 years in the making, and today
Tears
is
of
her
joy.
debut. So we're so excited.
It is. And it is years in the making.
Yeah.
I mean, so you've been pregnant with this baby for years.
Yes.
But because you kind of shocked the whole wide world when you left Fixer Upper, because you left at the height of your popularity, which you probably figured out nobody does that. You were so popular. Your fans were devastated. They loved you so much. It wasn't at all clear that you were going to come back to TV.
Sure.
You weren't sure you were going to, but you came back because you got a whole network. So you're really doing all kinds of shows, but you're doing Fixer Upper. It's coming back too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I think what we loved about the network was getting to highlight other people's stories. And when you meet the people on the network and you see their stories, I mean, when
Hoda
we
got
meet
to
with
yesterday
them,
and we all cried.
they're so passionate about what they
Passionate,
do,
powerful.
inspiring people. So we're excited about highlighting them.
Yeah, I mean, the people that who you have on your show are all winners. And I was just thinking to myself, like, but you guys, you said something interesting. You needed a break to decide that you were going to go on.
Yeah.
And in that break, you guys were, I think, at a real low point, which surprised me to hear. I didn't know that. But what was happening in that moment?
You know,
For sure.
5 seasons in, which really translates to 6 years of being on television or filming on top of our growing family and our business. I think we were just exhausted. And when you start getting in that rhythm of just doing and then you forget the why, which I think by season 5, we were like just showing up. And I felt like inside we were just kind of slowly, it was like, wait, something's not right inside. And so we both knew we need to step back and just kind of evaluate what we're saying yes to and the why. And so we just said for a full year, we're going to not take any call. We're just going to sit back, focus on the business,
And
focus
I
on
think
home.
sometimes that's the beauty in that opportunity that we were given. Because we weren't chasing that opportunity, it was sort of given to us. It sort of fell out of the sky. It fell, came in through the back door, if you will. Because we weren't chasing it, when it felt like it was no longer filling us the way we had hoped that it would at some point on that journey, it was easy for us to kind of step away from it because it wasn't like that was the net goal no matter what. But can you imagine somebody in law school wanting to be an attorney and then finding out as they're taking the bar, I don't know that I want to do this for the rest of my life. Well, you've committed to that place. For us, it was a little more like, hey, if this isn't going to be our future, then let's step back and let's go find out what that
So what
future
was
might
that
be.
time at home? Like, what was that, space? What did you learn about yourselves and your family?
So many people, I want to say this part, it's like so many people have experienced that the last year, and Hoda was talking about that. It's like people who thought going into the pandemic, oh my gosh, we're going to all have to click together and we're going to have to do this thing, click together in this additional space. Multi-generational families have come back together kind of for the first time, at least in generations, right? And it's like all this stuff has happened. We joked that it was like when the pandemic came due, like when it actually started, evolving, Joe and I were like, oh man, this last season has prepared us for this season. And it was like the sweetest season. I mean, it took a minute, obviously, because we were all anxious to do other things. But as we kind of started gelling and getting used to family dinners again and being used to just being together as a family, like playing checkers because we were a bit bored, we were just like, what a beautiful gift. It became a gift. Sorry. What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wanted to say you.
Y'all have a beautiful family. You're such hands-on parents. But I did love a little bit of advice, I think, Joe, that you have. A lot of kids are on their devices. And your son was on his a lot. And every time he felt a buzz, he checked his pocket, checked his pocket.
I think we do that all.
And you had a
Yeah.
solution.
For sure.
Well, I think, you know, as we
I'm sorry, hold on.
Right, exactly. We just created this.
It's my mom. Hold on.
Stop.
I'll call you back. Okay, I love you.
It's actually your hairdresser.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Finally. Just we have this little station where everyone charges their phone, and finally we decided, you know, we don't like how our kids, they almost look like robots with, I mean, all of us. We're just like, when it buzzes, you've got to check it. And when they're reading, they're checking it. And it just became a house rule when you're at home that all the phones go on one spot. So if you want to check a text, if you want to check an email, you go to that spot, but it's not on your body. So it's like no phones on body. That's the rule at home.
That's good. Isn't that good? Yeah.
Real good.
But they're developing, they're growing.
Yes.
And as they're growing at 14, 15, 16, I don't want this to be part of what they become.
Yeah.
You know?
Brilliant.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes. With Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stop me if you've heard this one. The happiest animal on earth is a goldfish because it's got a 10-second memory. You guys know it's from Ted Lasso. It's from the Ted Lasso, the American football coach hired to run a British soccer team despite having zero experience. Saturday Night Live alum Jason Sudeikis stars as the happy-go-lucky coach who would be nowhere without his trusty sidekick played by Brendan Hunt. Oh. Together, they're back for season 2. They're ready to bring heart and humor to the pitch, even if their record isn't looking so great. Take a look.
I'm telling you, all these ties are my fault. It's straight up celestial payback for the Man City game. There I was, wishing and hoping for a friggin' tie. And now the karma police are making good on showing me what I get when I mess with them.
The team's playing well, Ted. Just a little unlucky, that's all.
Unlucky? Yeah. Man, I love the way y'all use that word over here. Back home, if a team was playing poorly, we don't call them unlucky. What do we call them, Coach?
New York Jets.
You knew our crew was going to love that. Y'all, okay, there are very few shows you can walk up to someone and go, hey, have you seen the latest episode of Fill in the Blank anymore? Yeah. But Ted Lasso is one of them. Did the success kind of surprise you how it hit like this?
Absolutely, yeah. And even more so in a delayed way because we had all been in lockdown. And then we were getting rumblings of it, through the, Twitter and social media and whatnot. And then we went right into writing it and then acting in it and then, now editing again. So it was upon the returning to the States, it was like, oh, people actually watch this show. I forgot.
Do you guys write it together?
Yeah, just the two of us in a cottage we rent by the sea.
Every other letter, yep. It takes hours. No, we have an amazing writing staff. Yeah.
Who was it that thought this was going to be a good idea? Because I know, Jason, this character was around a long time ago as some kind of a promo thing to...
Yeah, we did the commercials with our buddy Joe Kelly for NBC Sports when they were showing the Premier League here in the States. And then, Bill Lawrence, who created Scrubs and Spin City and Cougar Town, when he told the three of us that, this could be a TV show, that's someone that you're kind of who's forgot more television than we'll ever know. Yeah. So we're like, oh, really? Well, okay, can we keep going? And then, luckily enough, Apple, who evidently does stuff more than television, had some money, and they were like, yeah, we'll pay for that, and here we are.
Brendan, how did you know this thing was a hit? When did you first realize, wow, we hit gold here?
The Twitter response built up pretty quickly, but once Brene Brown comes along and says that she likes your show.
Is that what Brene was on board?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then she was on our friend's podcast, and she referred to me as a heartthrob in the weirdest way. Yeah. Which is now and forever my Twitter bio. Thank you, Brene.
Yep.
You know who else loves the show? Pro basketball players say they take life lessons from it. The Utah Jazz head coach called it like you should watch it. It should be must viewing for coaches. What'd you think when you heard that?
Yeah, we'd hate to make anybody do homework as adults, but yeah, no, you have to watch it. That's a coach. It was so flattering. So much of it is rooted in people that we've had as mentors or coaches, directors, partners. So, leadership was a big part of the ethos of the show. So the fact that actual leaders are listening to us pretend leaders, we've really pulled one over on folks.
So wait, this guy, Ted Lasso, was actually based on a coach you had. You were a point guard. You played basketball. Yes. You know the game.
Yeah.
Okay, and so...
Yeah.
So who was the coach who you sort of based this on loosely?
Well, it was based on a few people. My father, that's where the mustache comes from, and him being a real, loquacious. And then my high school basketball coach, Donnie Campbell, it was a fellow from a small town in Kansas who spoke in those little aphorisms, like, Sudeikis, you look more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Like, here we go. There's my...
Is that you back in the day?
Did you get those from my mom?
Wait a minute.
It sounds like you have access to my mom.
You said the guy's name was Donnie Campbell?
Donnie Campbell.
Donnie Campbell?
It's a great name. Why, did you date him?
Did you like Bombshell? Morning Bombshell.
No one's more excited than Donnie Campbell right now.
Oh, you just went to a reverie?
He's like, wait, that's Hoda?
That Hoda.
Hoda Goldfarb?
Oh, my heavens.
From Lyons, Kansas, made it to New York City?
Hold on. I want to show you your Donnie Campbell. Take a look.
No.
Hi, Jason. This is Coach Campbell in Kansas City. Just a short reach out telling you how proud we are of you with your success you're having with the show Ted Lasso. We need to get you back in Kansas City, and we need to play some one-on-one because I know you can't play a lick of defense.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So,
he would call me Jason Sudeikis because he said I had no D.
Oh,
yeah. He's clever that way.
So you two buried the hatchet, huh?
That's great. Yeah,
that's really nice.
You still have his cell number?
Stop.
You pass it on to me.
Now, what do you think of the fact that your old high school coach, these pros, everybody, I feel like these life lessons work for everybody now, the life lessons he taught you.
Yeah, no, they really do. He introduced me also, and by proxy, us and our writing staff, to John Wooden, too, the great UCLA basketball coach. It was a tremendous philosophy about working with others and, his definition of success. So, no one's got to be more shocked, honestly, than Coach Campbell. And I don't blame him. I did not do a lick of homework. I didn't play a lick of defense. I was a good listener, but I didn't listen in the moment. I just stored it all up and now using it, typing it out and then, memorizing it and then saying it to folks.
Well, I'm so excited for season 2. I'm kind of bummed because I read somewhere that this may only be 3 seasons long. Is that what y'all are planning?
That's our negotiation tactic.
What, Roker? Roker says, no. Can I tell you something? Roker introduced us to this show before anybody was watching it. Al, what do you think about just 3 seasons?
I think it has to be 4. Just to be even. You got to even it out.
There you go. I like that.
But why 3? Was there a reason behind? You think
that's it? The way we conceived it.
Yeah.
Back before even Bill got involved, Joe and Brendan and I just sat around and that was the 3-act structure. We didn't invent it. It was just,
the way it was meant to be?
As of now, yeah.
We also assumed that we would be well tired of it after 2.
Yeah.
But no, we're not. Yeah. So that screws up the whole plan.
I thought it was super cocky of us to think we'd make it to 3. That was just swagger that has now manifested into, actually having to do it. That's frightening.
You remember what you wore to the Golden Globes?
I sure do.
Okay, that sweatshirt?
Yeah.
What are you going to wear for the Emmys? Do you have an outfit picked?
Oh, I don't yet.
No?
Believe it or not, I didn't put too much thought into that outfit either.
Why were you wearing that? I think it's super cute, but why did you decide?
Well, it was 2:30 in the morning for us. We were in the middle of our work week, and I didn't want to wear half a suit with I was wearing Lakers basketball shorts, I believe. And then it's my sister's company. She designed that sweatshirt, Forward Space, here in New York City. So giving her a shout out too.
Well, 20 Emmy nominations, most nominated freshman comedy ever. You all are on a roll. And by the way, Brendan, congratulations. You had a little baby.
I did.
Oh.
Yeah, in the middle of shooting that show in a pandemic.
There we go.
There's my guy. That's Sean.
Looks a lot like Coach Campbell.
You cannot date my son, Hoda.
Y'all are crazy. Okay. Jason, Brendan, I want to say thank y'all. Y'all are so much fun.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Two stars who've appeared in more than 100 movies and TV shows combined. We're talking about Luke Wilson and Brett Bassinger.
Well, Luke has starred in some of America's favorite films like Legally Blonde and Legally Blonde 2, where he played Reese Witherspoon's love interest, and then Fiancé. He also starred in the comedy Old School with Will Ferrell and in Charlie's Angels. This is just to name a few.
Yeah, he's been in a lot. And by the way, if you have kids in the house, they all know Brett. She was on Nickelodeon playing Kale in the School of Rock TV series, or as Bella in Bella and the Bulldogs.
Well, now Luke and Breck star in the CW series Stargirl. It's a coming-of-age story about an average American teenager trying to balance high school, family, and being a superhero, of course, all with the help of her stepdad. Take a look.
All in favor for ditching this vacay because we got like real work to do here?
Hold it a second. All in favor of a family trip that'll live on in our memories and our scrapbooks forever. Say aye.
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 2-2.
3-2. Pack your bag.
Yes! Traitor. Okay. Welcome, Luke and Breck. How are y'all?
Great. Morning. Good to see you.
Y'all, I have to say, we have a whole crowd of people that thought you were going to be here in real life. But I guess we're still Zooming it.
But we've got you big on the plaza.
I wish we were still there.
Yeah, we wish y'all were here too. Okay, and I say y'all because I'm a Texan and so are you. Did y'all bond over Texas?
Yeah, we really did. I mean, Breck and I.
Oh, Luke, go ahead, and then Breck. I want to hear your.
Well, sir, I was just going to say that Breck and I grew up, within a few miles of each other, and I think that we're both kind of very familiar to each other. But yeah, I love the fact that Breck and I are both from Texas. I think that definitely kind of drew us closer.
I love it. What about you, Breck?
No, I remember the very first time we met, which is actually the first time we saw the 16-foot robot in the show, Stripe. We saw it in person. It was our first time meeting as well. And, obviously I knew who Luke Wilson was, and I knew he was from Texas. I know all the Texas actors. And I met him, and the first thing I went to was Dallas Cowboys. Let's bond. Texas.
Tex-Mex.
Let me tell you something. I feel like the Texas bond is strong. Anytime we're out here on the plaza and Jenna meets somebody from Texas, it's like an immediate connection.
And in fact, Luke, I don't know if you know this, but our moms do yoga together.
What? Yes.
I know. My mom's a big fan of your mom's, and she's really loved getting to know her. But yeah, she speaks very highly of your mom and your dad.
Yeah,
I love
same
nice
thing.
yoga conversation.
Yeah, yoga. His mom is an incredible photographer, by the way.
Really?
Yes, I took her class at Texas.
What?
Yes,
This is like
Texas is like
8
its own
degrees of whatever. Let's talk about this dynamic duo here. Let me start with you. What's it like to be the father of a superhero?
Yeah, the stepfather.
The stepfather, yes.
Even more awkward?
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny. I mean, that's one thing that Breck and I kind of discovered working together is we were able to, I think, kind of find, it was kind of written in a certain way, but Breck and I think we get along so well that we're able to kind of see the comedy in some of these scenes, and that even though in the show that she's playing a teenager, she kind of winds up being my boss as she becomes a superhero, and I become her sidekick, even though I'm her dad.
I love it.
So it kind of lends itself to some kind of funny situations where she's kind of giving me orders and kind of telling me what to do.
Yeah, that sounds like real life to me. And Breck, by the way, you were on your way thinking about college, and then you got this role.
Yeah, I was in such a weird place because I was coming off of a kids network, and I was in this transition period. And I was looking at colleges, and I got this audition, and I wasn't even getting excited about it. Like, I wouldn't let myself get excited because I'd done that too many times in the past, and it didn't work out. That's acting for you. And then this one just panned out, and it has, like, exceeded all of my expectations. I had big dreams, but I never dreamed of getting to be a superhero.
Oh, I love it. I used to have this quote, God has bigger dreams for you than you can dream for yourself.
Oh, you need to sew that on a pillow,
I know. Breck is shaking her head. That's what this was. Really quickly, Luke, we heard you shot the season in Atlanta. Is it true you live with your brother, Owen?
Yeah, Owen was down there doing this Marvel comic show, Loki, and our schedules overlapped. So when I first got there, we were living in the same house together, which we hadn't done in a long time, but it was instantly like we were kids again, or like we were in our 20s when we first got out to LA. I mean, the only problem is he likes the house to be really cold, and I kind of like it to be warm. So
You're like
it was
a married
his
couple.
house, so I had to go to the hardware store and buy a little space heater. But he came into my room, and it was so hot. He said he felt like he was in a greenhouse in Panama. But yeah, I'd be in there just kind of lazing around in the heat.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
He's either the most incompetent surgeon I've ever crossed paths with, or he's a sociopath.
Medicine mixed with murder. It's the cocktail behind the new Peacock series, Dr. Death. And it's as terrifying as it sounds.
I could have told you the guy was a hack. What did he do?
Dorothy Burke walked in all on her own, and now she's brain dead.
It's very closely based on a true story of a doctor in Texas, a neurosurgeon,
who was a bad doctor and basically maiming and killing his patients and getting away with it.
Anna Sophia Robb plays real-life Dallas District Attorney Michelle Shugart. She teams up with 2 doctors played by Alec Baldwin and Christian Slater, and they work together to bring the corrupt doctor to justice.
I am passionate about this case. Well, really every case, but especially this one.
She's phenomenal. She's so brilliant, and she basically took Christopher Duntsch down. Michelle Shugart was definitely a fun character to play. When I walked on set, I enjoyed embodying that. You know, I would put on my little suit and I felt confident. I felt good at my job.
It's a job Anna Sophia has been doing since age 9, starring in films like Bridge to Terabithia and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I'm the world record holder in chewing gum. I'm not afraid of anything.
In her teens, she channeled Carrie Bradshaw in The Carrie Diaries, a role that launched her career.
I had arrived at the beginning of my Manhattan love story.
And she recently added to her all-star resume playing a young Reese Witherspoon in Little Fires Everywhere.
It's interesting because kids now sort of want their success to happen immediately. What is your advice?
It takes a long time to find out what you really love. When I was a kid, I liked being on sets. I liked playing pretend. I liked the roles. But then I think when I really got to college and dug into why these stories were meaningful, it could be an empathetic way for people to learn about different ways of thinking and living, and then that opened up a whole new world for me in terms of why I like this.
In Dr. Death, she goes toe-to-toe with some Hollywood heavyweights.
What was it like, being able to exchange lines with Alec Baldwin, Christian Slater, and Joshua Jackson?
It was intimidating at first. I had worked with Josh on Little Fires Everywhere, so I didn't have any scenes with him, but he's such a nice guy. And Alec, he's the best storyteller, and he does impersonations, and they've been working for so long. Christian is a total sweetheart. I very quickly felt comfortable, but I also knew I was like, okay, bring your A game. Don't mess this up.
What do you hope people take away from this show?
Get references for your doctors. I would say that, I guess. Triple check, don't just get a name.
We have a Hoda and Jenna quick quiz.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
5 questions. Okay. What is your go-to cocktail at an open bar?
A gin and tonic.
Do you have a motto you live by?
Love your neighbor.
What's the biggest celebrity you have in your phone?
My favorite is Reese.
That's a really good fave to have. What is your best party trick?
I can open a champagne bottle with a knife. You know, the like, ping. And it's not hard. Anybody can do it, but it is fun.
That is hard. Not everyone can do it. Don't sell your party trick short.
Finally, Anna Sophia had a little surprise for us, a special connection she and her boyfriend Trevor have to our show.
I heard that your boyfriend's sister is a big fan of Hoda and Jenna.
Yes, she's a huge fan. She did one of the intros a couple weeks ago. So she's a huge fan of the show. She watches every morning. She's thrilled that I would be talking with you today.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Please tell her thank you for watching, first of all. And also, please keep the videos coming.
Yes. Hi, Hannah.
And Dr. Death is streaming now on Peacock, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal.
Scary. People will be watching that.
Watch it if you dare.
Yeah, I think we dare. We'll be right back after.
Hi, my name is Wes.
Hey everybody, I'm Elijah Walker.
Hi, Elmo's name is Elmo.
There are 2 new neighbors in the neighborhood. It is so great to meet you, Wes and Elijah. And Elmo, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Mr. Welcome.
While Sesame has always celebrated differences and diversity, a father and son tackle a tough issue, race. Why was it important to address race and differences now?
After what happened last summer, we knew that we needed to be more explicit about talking about race because children and families needed it.
With Sesame's Coming Together initiative, creating the ABCs of racial literacy, seeing the issue as Sesame always does, through the eyes of a young child. 5-year-old Wes and his meteorologist dad Elijah's experiences, but starting with the basics.
Elmo wants to know why Wes's skin is brown.
Oh, I know why, Elmo. My mom and dad told me. It's because of melanin. Right, Dad?
That's right.
Melanin? What's that?
Well, melanin is something that we each have inside our bodies that make the outside of our bodies the skin color that it is. It also gives us our eye and our hair color.
Experts say children begin to notice the differences in race in infancy and start forming their own sense of identity at a very young age. So Sesame decided to tackle race and racism head on. One of the great things about Sesame Street is that people accept people for who they are. But Wes, there have been times where people have done things or said things that didn't make you feel good.
There was one time at my old school when I wanted to be the pretend guitarist, but they said that I couldn't be the pretend guitarist because of the way that I look, because people who look like me should be rappers because they rap the best. And that wasn't very nice. It made me feel really bad. But then I talked to my dad, and he told me that I could be whatever I wanted to be.
A study commissioned by Sesame Workshop of parents with kids ages 6 to 11 reported that 42% had personally experienced discrimination. Nearly 2/3 of those with Black children reporting racist incidents. So to help, Sesame created videos like Breathe, Feel, Share to help kids have open conversations about race and racism.
Breathe. To calm down. Feel. Notice how I'm feeling and say it. And then share. Tell a grown-up what happened.
For the grown-ups watching, a guide to help with those tough conversations. Elijah, I've had to have difficult talks with my kids, but it's particularly tough when you've got to talk to a 4 or 5-year-old about race. How difficult is that?
Yeah, we talk about being proud of things. We talk about things that make us unique, and we talk about some of the difficulties that can come.
Were you surprised that after all this time, you still have to have those conversations?
I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed sometimes. But things do seem like they're getting better, but we want to make sure that we equip our kids with the tools that they need to talk about and to exist in this world.
Teaching these lessons through Sesame characters allows for a directness, a lack of nuance that young kids are looking for.
It was important for us to make sure that people understood not only what was right, which is what we were modeling, but also what was wrong. And so this initiative is trying to really represent that for children and to use language that families and children feel comfortable with.
And since Elijah and I share a fondness for forecasts, the weather report seems somewhat similar across the country. Ernie's Grove, Washington, 88 degrees.
A perfect weather to float your rubber ducky.
That's right. Grover Beach, California, 88 degrees.
And that's just super.
Bird City, Kansas, 88 degrees.
Oh man, I'd like to get out to the park and feed the pigeons.
88 degrees in Oscar, Minnesota.
Well, hopefully it'll get some rain. I know Oscar would love that.
Oh, that's fun. So he's a weatherman, huh?
That's right.
I love that.
So,
that's cute.
And you know, it really is what's so special about this. You need to be able to have these conversations. And something like this helps parents, not just the kids, but the parents have those conversations.
And it feels warm. It feels safe.
Let me just get my cell phone and put it right here at the table.
Forbidden!
Forbidden? I can't use my cell phone?
We'll get back to these little etiquette experts later, but if their mastery of good manners at such a young age surprises you, you're probably not alone. Because what should you expect when your kids grow up barraged by brawls on TV or constantly clicking on the crude antics of the internet?
Such a nasty woman.
And even in the halls of power, they see what are supposed to be civil servants who are no longer civil at all. It's no wonder some kids are acting out. But take a closer look at this classroom in California, where courtesy holds center stage.
Thank you, Miss D.
This is Miss D's modern-day etiquette class. She's teaching a new generation that it's cool to have good manners. Or at least that's the hope.
Who's gonna teach me some manners? You?
Imagine a world where everyone had these types of tools to get along. So it's a lot more than just the fork and the knife. It was more about instilling this in kids from the get-go.
For DNA O'Farrell Sablan, that means starting young and going head-to-head with a high-conflict world.
Why do you think it is that parents are coming to you and asking you to teach your kids manners?
I think they come to me to make sure that the way they were raised is still instilled, but they don't necessarily know how to teach it, or naturally, since their mom or their dad, the kids don't listen. So they're like, hopefully you can instill it in my child.
Judy Romero's 2 daughters are enrolled in Mrs. D's class.
I think manners are very important, and we've lost that. They're more connected into their technology that they've forgotten manners.
Ironically, many are looking for help in the same place where manners usually go to die, the internet. Here, more and more tutorials on what's right and what's impolite are popping up, people desperate for a return to the refined. But Mrs. D still prefers polite, old-fashioned human interaction. So she invited me over for a quick refresher on the do's and don'ts at the dinner table, which it turns out are a lot more complicated than you'd think.
And after breaking it into 2 bites,
There we go.
I think that's too big.
Too big. Make it smaller?
Yes. Oh, tiny.
So 3 bites.
The size of 2 bites.
The size of,
Yes.
oh, because I don't want to stuff my
Exactly.
whole face. Okay, so here's a question. What?
Don't put elbows.
Oh, no elbows. Sorry, okay.
Put your shoulders up.
Oh, my shoulders. Okay, put my
You
shoulders.
can't talk with food in your mouth.
Oh, shoot. I did talk with my food in my mouth. This is a hard class, guys.
A return to manners may be a tall order, but you're never too old to be polite.
The last one's for you.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Olivia.
For today, Gotti Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Here. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Maury Elementary School's newest teacher is still waking up and getting dressed.
Are you proud to be the teacher? Yeah.
For a classroom welcome that is just as sweet as it gets.
Hello, baby Merritt. How are you?
Baby Merritt's visit to this 4th grade class is part of a year-long program called Roots of Empathy.
Let's just see how he reacts with me. Now let me give him back to his mom.
Merritt visits every 3 weeks and, yes, comes with his own set of curriculum. The children learning how to treat a baby and treat each other.
It teaches you to be if your classmate's crying, then you should make sure that he or she's more okay, what you would do for a baby.
Nora Rabia is the program's instructor at Maury. Vanessa Duckett, the 4th grade teacher.
When you first heard about it, tell me your initial thought. A baby as a teacher.
My first thought was oh, that's cute, but it really gives the students a chance to reflect on themselves and how they react to certain situations and how they treat their peers.
Being able to consider someone else's walk is, I feel, one of the most humane things that an individual can do.
Roots of Empathy started in Canada 23 years ago. Founded by Mary Gordon, it's taught now in 14 countries.
We have had more than 1 million children who have had Roots of Empathy. So many, many, many thousands of babies.
Study after study has found Roots of Empathy increases empathy and kindness and dramatically lowers aggression by over 70%, according to one study. Impacts that can be seen even years later. Could a baby be the key to ending bullying?
With bullies, they don't feel what the other person feels. And in Roots of Empathy, the children feel with the other. It puts a brake on hurting people.
And Merritt loves his cozy bedroom. He wants to be in his crib. He wants a real nap.
Does anybody
make a connection to that?
Was there a specific moment that you thought it clicked? You know what? This is working.
We had a student, he was having trouble fitting in, he was having trouble making friends. You know, he was just kind of your stereotypical problem child. And there began to be moments in the year when he immediately stopped something that he was doing in the moment because he thought to himself, and he articulated this to us, would I be acting like this if baby June was in the room?
Mm-hmm. Oh. What is that emotion?
Because this was a student who, for all intents and purposes, his life might not have gone great otherwise. We couldn't stop doing it after we saw the impact it made in his life.
For now, at Maury Elementary, it's time to say or sing goodbye.
See you soon.
But Merritt will be back, returning to teach lessons you won't find in any textbook.
Oh, it
warms my heart just watching it again.
We're totally
so
in,
sweet.
1,000%. So what is the curriculum? I mean, what do they do? Because I see they touch their feet.
Right, they touch their feet.
Moms
so what
worry
you'll
about
notice
germs, don't have to worry.
is she'll ask questions. So let's say baby Merritt starts to cry, right? Why do you think baby Merritt is crying? Do you think maybe it's because he's in a room with all of these people and he doesn't know them? Do you know what it feels like when you walk into a new classroom? This student here, he's a new student here. Can you imagine how he felt if he doesn't know anybody? So it starts to be about the baby, but then it starts to be about themselves and their classmates. Like I mentioned, I mentioned to you guys earlier, let's say the teacher asks you guys to read out loud and you're kind of shy because you don't read very well and you're afraid that the kids are going to laugh at you. Before, maybe they would. But this time you raise your hand after baby Merritt leaves the classroom and let's say you mispronounce a word. The kids will either help you or they stay quiet, but it's not the hee. Yeah. It changes the energy of the classroom. And here's the thing. At Maury Elementary, for example, they've seen their test scores go up since they started this program. It's all part of an overall focus that they have on their students, on social and emotional well-being, because you can be as smart as you want, but if you don't have that social piece, it matters, right? In fact, that school is one of the best performing schools in the district. So the key here is that they find the kids are calmer, they're able to focus more on their schoolwork. And it's only a 30, 45-minute program, so it doesn't take all day.
Stir it really well.
These kids are cooking up a lot more than hot chocolate cupcakes and minestrone soup.
Spread it out. There you go.
That's because in this kitchen, each recipe comes with a side of independence.
I see the kitchen as this great equalizer. Kids of all ages and abilities can come together and do something that fills them up with pride.
You started off as a teacher.
So I was a middle school social studies teacher, teaching cooking on the side all across Los Angeles in different public and private schools.
6 years ago, Samantha Barnes left her job as a teacher to start Radish, a subscription cooking box that includes everything from easy-to-follow illustrated recipes to kitchen supplies and culinary activities.
So we'll stick that all in there.
Right in there.
It's a passion, Barnes says, that was baked into her, growing up at her mother's cookware shop, where she saw firsthand all the ways food can bring people together.
I think my background as an educator really allowed me to discover that in the kitchen you can teach math, you can teach science. But then I also think that the kitchen gives kids confidence. They get to feel that success and that pride.
And that pride is catching on with other services like Baketivity, Harlow's Harvest, and Kids Stir, capturing kids' cooking creativity.
Christopher, you think you can handle the soup by yourself? I'll come help you. I'll be your sous chef, all right? There are a lot of studies that show that kids benefit as well by sitting down at the dinner table and having conversation with their parents, right?
It makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Kids tend to be healthier. They tend to score better in school.
In fact, when it comes to cooking and kids, the benefits go beyond the plate, improving hand-eye coordination, fine motor skills, and sequencing.
We want to really get this pan.
For 13-year-old Caleb, who was born with Down syndrome, Radish has helped build his confidence.
I think it's really helped him grow in his independence in the kitchen.
He gets to follow a list, he gets to follow a recipe.
For Marissa Brown's 7-year-old daughter, it's changed the way she eats.
What is she eating now that she didn't before?
Chicken and peas and carrots and a sauce in a pie all mixed together, when previously any two foods on the same plate would have been a no.
She doesn't cook, but he could.
I just watched Ratatouille the other day with my kids for like 100th time, but I love that Chef Gusteau said everyone can cook.
Yes.
All right, guys, our focaccia is almost ready. What is your hope for Radish?
I think my hope is that we get kids off screens. You know, we're not trying to get kids to be restaurateurs and to be future chefs. It's really about giving them the skills that they can go off in the rest of their lives. Cheers!
For Today, Natalie Morales, Los Angeles.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Does your child melt down when things don't go their way, or they're constantly forgetting their homework, and does their bedroom look like it was hit by a tornado? All this can be very frustrating.
Here to the rescue is developmental and behavioral pediatrician and author of the new book, Raising an Organized Child, Dr. Damon Korb, who happens to be the father of 5.
Wow. A big authority. So it struck me when I was hearing about this topic that if you have organized parents, you may become an organized kid just because you're watching what your parents do. Is that part of it?
So certainly modeling is helpful,
yeah.
But even disorganized parents can raise an organized
Really?
child. It's possible.
Good.
Yeah, we have to play to our strengths. We have to play to our strengths, and we model what we're good at, and when we're not good at something, then we show that we're working on it and that we value it so that they learn the value of organization.
Okay.
You have 5 steps to helping a child become more organized, right?
Yeah.
Right. What I've done is I've boiled down being organized to 5 things. And what we're talking about when we're talking about organization is not just finding 2 socks that match.
Okay.
We're talking about being able to plan and to be flexible,
Right.
and to be able to show insight and to give abstract thought. And so these 5 steps are: be consistent,
Yeah.
introduce order, give everything a place, practice forward thinking, and promote problem solving. And in the book, what we talk about is how you can do this across a child's lifespan, from infancy all the way into young adulthood.
All right, let's break it down to something small. So let's pretend like a child is not good at making their bed, cleaning their room, and you've said it a million times, it's a mess, go back in there. Like, what's the right way to get your child to organize their space?
You're not going to love this answer.
Okay.
But the reality is it's their room, and it's good for them to be autonomous.
Oh,
so,
doctor.
Shut the door?
So what we want to do is we want to give everything a place. We teach them that skill, but if you're battling a teenager over their room being clean, sometimes you gotta let them.
Let's talk younger though.
Oh, younger. So with a younger child, there we go. Because you have younger kids.
Here, yeah.
So you give everything a place. You give everything a place. You know that your shoes go here, and you know that your jacket goes there, and we show them where things go, and we simplify the room. And sometimes, if they're really struggling with it, we come up with tricks like label their bins, label their drawers, drop their box springs down onto the floor so that nothing gets disappeared under the bed.
You have some questions for us.
I have a trivia question.
Okay.
For you. Yes.
No. Okay.
Good luck.
We're ready.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. Preschool is the best age to start teaching organization to children. True or false?
I think
preschool.
that's true.
Yes, definitely.
The answer is false. So when your baby cries, you pick them up. When your baby is hungry, you feed them. That's a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah.
They're already learning a sequence. So by the time they're 6 months old, they understand simple sequences.
So at the beginning, you're saying
From
is
the
when you
very
start.
beginning, we start, even as infants.
Already behind the
Number
ball.
2.
Okay,
What else?
next.
True or false? Here we go. A disorganized parent can raise an organized child.
You said
I
yes.
gave you the answer. You are right.
Okay, we were listening.
Number 3, true or false? My child loses everything. I should label all of his possessions so they don't get lost.
No. No, I
Sounds
hate
terrible.
Yeah, I think you're right. I would accept either answer here.
Okay.
The big picture is we teach them to give everything a place, things don't get lost. If your child is struggling by losing things, what I'd really like you to do is sit down with your child and say, hey, we're losing things. Let's come up with some plans so they learn the problem solving.
What if your child melts down? Like, sometimes it's like, let's clean up, and then she'll throw a fit, or they can't find something and they just break down. So what's the answer there?
So children melt down, one, often because they don't have the language to describe what's going on, and 2, they don't grasp the big picture.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to show them the big picture. So we break that down. What we do is we say, you look really upset. Empathy calms the storm a little bit.
Yeah.
The next thing we do is we say, why are you so upset? And we try to get them to articulate what's bothering, and then we frame the dilemma. And we invite them to solve it. What can we do?
What if they say, I don't want to put my shoes in that bin?
Well, the reality is they're putting their shoes in the bin. You just may have to wait and be patient.
Okay, got it.
It's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Doctor.
you. You can check out Dr. Damon Korb's new book. It's called Raising an Organized Child at today.com/shop.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are having sex.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Today we've got toys and games that do double duty, teaching our kids while providing loads of fun. Toy Insider mom Lori Schatt is here, and she has the list.
We love Lori Schatt.
Hi, Lori.
All right, so we got a lot of word from parents, and they're looking for things. Okay, so one parent named Crystal has a question for you. Let's take a look, Lori.
Okay. Sometimes my kids like to take shortcuts with problem solving, but I want them to follow sequencing steps. Do you have any game suggestions that would make it fun for them to practice?
Okay,
Lori.
yeah, what do you think, Lori?
I have great ones, and we're going to start with the art of cartography or map making with puzzle gears. Kids are going to actually create this. Over 500 laser cut wood pieces. They're going to put in the continents, They're going to see the 8 wonders of the world, and using the gears, they can even line up the astrological signs with the constellations.
Wow.
It's gorgeous.
Lori, what
it's
ages?
a work of art when they're done.
Yeah, Lori, what ages is that for, though? That must be for a little bit older kids, right?
Yeah, it is. This is for like 14 and up.
Okay.
Okay, cool. And is that
And
what?
not
What's Carson doing? Is Carson working on something?
Wow.
So we all remember Connects, the rods, the connectors, exactly, but now there's a new line called Connects Architecture. Kids will learn to build historical places like the Golden Gate Bridge. She's building the Eiffel Tower. I have the London Eye, over 1,800 pieces. Both of these come with pretty big manuals so that kids can follow the step-by-step instructions and go through all those important problem-solving skills to put
Cameron did a great job. That was beautiful.
Okay, next we have 8-year-old Valentina. Let's hear what's on her wish list.
I'm looking for a way to practice and learn new words. Any ideas so I can make it fun?
I have some great ideas for her. So we all remember Boggle.
Yes.
Now they're Big Boggle. So even more cubes. You shake it up. It's got a double cube too. And it's that still famous fun game, 3 minutes to find as many words as possible that are 4 letters or longer. So much fun for kids.
That's a great idea.
What else you got? You got another one like that?
And this one's going to take you back in time, speak and spell, just like you remember. That same synthesized voice that will actually help kids pronounce words, but it will also teach them to spell over 200 commonly misspelled words, and lots of gameplay in here too.
All right, so our next question comes from a dad who's exhausted named Josh. He has 2 young kids, and he's married to our producer, Emily. Check it out.
My kids are having a hard time understanding their emotions. How do I tell them that what they feel is okay?
Oh, emotional learning.
That's good.
Yeah. So there's a lot of emotions going on these days. There's a lot to think about, and it's an important topic with kids. Well, there's a new game called Silly Faces. It's a color forms game. You spin the board. You choose your color forms, whether it's the eyes or the mouth or the ears, the hats, all kinds of fun things. And then you have these silly faces. So kids will create their silly faces, but then they'll start talking about how their faces feel. And it's a great segue into a conversation about how they feel.
That's such a good idea.
Yep, and these little avocados are ripe for social and emotional learning. So we have these lots of learn a lot avocados, and they are happy, they're mad, they're angry, they're sad, but all kinds of feelings. So lots of games that the kids can play with these emoji faces, but also a great way to talk to kids about how they're feeling.
Yeah, Lori, great idea. So our next question is from Walt. He happens to be part of our family. He needs some help with his 2 very active young boys.
He does.
My kids miss sports. What suggestions do you have to keep them active in these colder months?
Okay, so we know that kids are not getting out for recess. Most kids are learning virtually. Sports are for the most part canceled, but plenty we could do. We're going to start with Ring Fit Adventure. So this works on the Nintendo Switch. Yep, it comes with the software and 2 pieces, the software and 2 accessories, the ring and a leg strap. And the kids' motions are what actually activates the games. The more they exercise, the more active they are. That is how they're going to get rid of the villains and save the world.
I
like
that,
aerobics,
Lori.
we're into it.
What's that?
Right? And this one is hands full. So this is a great game. I want you to think Twister and Bop It, put it together. Active game. You're holding the colors. It's for 1 to 3 players. There's a voice in here that will tell you what to do, but it will include dancing, high-fiving, flipping this upside down. It is a cool, fun game. It's a great way to get the whole family who's spending a lot of time together active and having fun.
Welcome to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. As millions of unvaccinated kids prepare to head back to school, parents, educators, and the public have many unanswered questions about what this school year will look like and how we can make it as safe as possible. That is why today we have assembled a team of experts with one goal in mind: to help you prepare to safely and confidently send your child back to school. before we meet our panel of experts. Take a look at the facts as we know them now. As children head back to the classroom, a new school year bringing new COVID concerns. A 700% increase in overall U.S. cases since July, with the more contagious Delta variant responsible for the most new COVID cases nationwide.
The biggest concern is that the virus will continue to mutate, and it will, and that it could become more deadly or evade the immune response more efficiently.
Those at risk, the unvaccinated, including children under the age of 12 who are not yet eligible for a shot.
This idea that children don't get infected or children don't transmit, that's not the case with Delta.
According to the Department of Health and Human Services, pediatric hospitalizations for COVID-19 have rapidly climbed in the past month.
We've got children in the ICU, age range from 2 months to 16 years, 4 or 5 on the ventilator at any given time.
The FDA granting full approval to the Pfizer vaccine, bolstering New York City's announcement that Department of Education employees must get vaccinated.
We know this is going to help ensure that everyone is safe.
Other states like Kentucky, Illinois, and Connecticut mandating masks in classrooms based on updated CDC guidance. And in spite of protests from parents.
These masks are not a symbol of anything other than prevention and protection. To politicize this is, quite frankly, hitting a new low.
All efforts to keep children learning in person after more than a year away from school for some.
The best way to get students caught up is to have them in the classroom, learning with their teachers, with their peers. Let's all do our part to get our students back in school. They've been waiting.
Well, I know so many of you have questions today, so we are going to dig in. So we are joined now by NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres and past president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Sally Goza. Thank you both for talking with me today.
You bet, Shannon. Good morning.
Dr. Torres, let's start with you. One of the main reasons I think we're in this place at this time is because, frankly, as kids go back to school, so many kids under the age of 12 still haven't been vaccinated, and a lot of people aren't eligible for the vaccine, obviously, and most of our kids. So how close are we to an approved vaccine, and is this something we'll see, in your opinion, this school year?
And Chanel, that's the biggest question I get from parents almost every day. And the answer is yes, I think we are going to see this school year, and we're going to see it for a variety of groups. But here's what they've done is they've essentially divided it into 3 groups. And they divided it by essentially their weight, their body maturity, their immune system status, so that way they can focus on those groups. And right now, like you mentioned, 12 and above can get the vaccine. The next group they're looking at are 5-year-olds to 11-year-olds. They're doing those studies right now. As a matter of fact, they're doing all these studies concurrently, and they're getting ready to submit the data. Pfizer said they think they'll submit by mid-September. And so what that means is probably before Thanksgiving, we'll see an emergency use authorization for this age group, the 5 to 11-year-olds. But now we have the other age groups to look at, and that's the 2 to 4-year-olds and then the 6-month to 2-year-olds. That's probably more in the early 2022 timeframes, because it does take more time to do those studies. And the reason it takes time to do these studies is because, as we always learned in medicine, children are not just small adults, which essentially means we can't just take the adult dosing and say, let's cut it in half and give it to children. Their immune systems are different, their bodies react differently, so they have to look and calculate the variety of doses they need. They have to go ahead and test those doses in human trials and test the intervals too, because it's possible they need shorter intervals or longer intervals. This is information they need to find out. Once they find that out, making sure it's safe and effective, the 2 big things we want, they'll submit that data. Then the FDA and the CDC will go through the same steps they went through for the adults and the 12 and above. And again, for 5 to 11-year-olds, we're thinking sometime before Thanksgiving. For 2 to 4-year-olds, probably early 2022, and then 6-month to 2-year-olds, probably more in the springtime. But it should happen this school year.
It's good information. It's almost a tap dance, because as parents, we're anxious to get it, but at the same time, obviously, we don't want to rush things. Dr. Goza, let me bring you in here. I have, just full disclosure, I have 3 little ones. I have twins heading into 4th grade, and my oldest is heading into 6th grade. He'll be 12 on Friday, in fact. And what everybody, I think the hot topic amongst my parent friends, if you will, I think at first we just assumed that COVID wasn't as big of a threat to children. So, we put our kids' masks on. We tried to keep them outside for play dates, but the worry wasn't as strong, I would say, as it is now, because everybody is worried about this Delta variant. We're not quite sure if our kids are more susceptible. What is the research showing at this point?
You know, low risk is not no risk. So children have been getting COVID all along. We've had over 4 million children with COVID. We've had 18,000 children admitted and close to 400 and something deaths. So it's not no risk. And this Delta variant is different. It's more contagious, which means more children are getting the illness. We've had 180,000 new COVID cases in children just from August 12th to August 19th. And so we're seeing this now, and it's spreading rapidly. It's very, very contagious. And so that's the difference this year.
Well, here's my question then. You know, a lot of our kids are back in the classroom. I know my kids are back in the classroom. And just like last year, they wore their masks. You know, they have face shields when they eat their lunch, and things worked pretty well last year. But if the Delta variant is more contagious, I feel like a lot of the schools have kind of pulled back just a little bit to try to get a little bit more, I guess, normalcy, if you will. Should we be concerned? Should our schools not be pulling back at all? If anything, it seems like we should be more ramped up as we head into the school year.
We believe that schools should be doing the same things they did last year. All those layers of protection are what's so important. I like to call it the Swiss cheese. And with every layer we put in there, we are decreasing the risk of our children getting COVID-19. And so masking, mandated masking, distancing, washing their hands, good ventilation, all of those things are still just as important this year, if not more than last year.
And one more question for you, Dr. Goza. Tell me then, at this point, what are the signs we should be looking out for in children when it comes to the Delta variant? Because I've heard the symptoms kind of manifest themselves a little differently.
You know, this Delta variant can look almost like anything. It can be a runny nose, it can be a cough, it can be a sore throat, it can be a headache, it can be vomiting and diarrhea. So if your child is sick, you need to keep them out of school, and you need to contact your pediatrician or your doctor to have them evaluated to see what you need to do. And especially if they've had a contact in school that you know of, they need to be checked, because it can really look like any other virus out there.
All right, let's get to some more specific questions from our viewers. This first question is from Instagram. Dr. Goza, it's for you. How common is long COVID in children? And for those who aren't familiar with the term long COVID, can you explain what that means and how common it is in kids?
So long COVID just means that the symptoms are lasting longer than what their quarantine is, and lasting into, a month to 2 months and even longer. And we've seen it in adults. There was one study that actually said there were about 50% of teens and young adults that had long COVID, or long haul COVID. And so it's a concern. We really don't know how many children are affected by this, because we know a lot of children have been asymptomatic with their COVID. And so we don't know if the symptoms we're seeing in some of these kids or not the fact that they had COVID back before and were never tested for it because they were asymptomatic. And the symptoms are fatigue, brain fog, trouble breathing, a constant cough, chest pain, muscle and joint pain, headaches, depression and anxiety, heart palpitations, smell and taste loss, which we do know. I mean, I think most people would recognize that as a COVID symptom. And sometimes being dizzy when they stand up, dizziness in our teenagers. So these are really common things we see in teenagers anyway. And so it's really hard to know. And our concern is the more children that get COVID, the more children we'll see with these long haul symptoms.
It's so scary. Dr. Torres, let me bring you in here. It's interesting. I feel like there are a lot of us who are more nervous this time around than last year. I don't know why. I think it's because it just feels so, with this variant, there's just so many unknowns. Let's get to a question from Cheryl in New Jersey. She says, are kids that ride the bus to school, to and from school, at greater risk to contracting COVID? That's a good question.
Yeah, it is a great question. And a lot of kids will be riding the bus. And I'm going to break it into two different segments, both waiting for the bus and then once you're on the bus itself. Waiting for the bus, not necessarily, because you're in an outdoor environment. We know it doesn't spread that well in the outdoors. And so particularly if you're not in a crowded bus stop, then the risk is very low that anything might pass from child to child. But you still want them to be safe. If it's a crowded bus stop, then definitely make sure they're wearing masks and they're social distancing as much as possible. But once they get on the bus, think about any other type of transportation. situation. A subway, an airplane, anything like that, you're in a closed environment, especially if the windows aren't open. And so all the children should be masked. And hopefully the children are in a cohort or a pod where they're on the same bus with the students are in the same classroom with at school all day long. And that way we know it doesn't spread between these pods, these cohorts. So the risk does go up, but it can be minimized. And the ways to minimize it are to make sure that they're seated separately apart. They have social distancing. If you can open the windows to make sure ventilation is going through the bus, and definitely wearing masks, Chanel. Can't overemphasize how important that is, especially while they're on the bus and they're in that closed environment. And then again, if somebody on the bus has some type of symptoms, if we think they're COVID positive, or if they look like they might be having COVID, then you need to make sure that others are isolated, contact tracing, all that's taking place as well to make sure that everybody stays protected, not just on the bus, at school and at home as well, Chanel.
All right, let's get to a video question on that note. Dr. Torres, this is a video question from Jermail. Take a listen to this.
As a concerned parent, my question to you would be, how often should the schools allow children to receive breaks from wearing the mask, especially those students who have underlying health conditions such as asthma or bronchitis?
Another good question.
Yeah, this is a fantastic question. I just went out to the Olympics, and for 20 hours, I wore this thing. And so I understand how you need breaks every now and then, especially for children. And the younger the children are, the more they're going to need breaks. And it depends on your environment, too. If you're in a hot, humid environment, which is where we were in Tokyo, boy, this can be tough to have on the whole day long. So you need to make sure they do have breaks. And the best way to do that is to have those breaks outdoors. If they're in recess and they're socially distanced and there aren't that many children out there, then they don't necessarily need to have masks on. That's a good place to have a break for them. And just doing that throughout the day, especially if you see them being uncomfortable in their masks, or if they're fidgeting with their masks a lot, or even taking them off every now and then. Now, as far as the children have asthma or bronchitis, if it's not active at the time, if their asthma is under control, if their bronchitis is under control, then they should be wearing a mask as well, just like other children. But if they're having symptoms, if they're having shortness of breath, they need to be able to tell somebody that. So you should let them know if you're having issues, tell your teacher, tell the staff members there that you need to take that mask off, and they'll make accommodations to make sure you do take it off. But the important part is twofold here. One is wearing that mask, but also making sure they wear that mask by giving them appropriate breaks. Best way to do that, Chanel, simply go outside.
Absolutely. Dr. Goza, it is very easy to understand why so many parents perhaps watching us right now would say, you know what, this is too much. My kid is staying home. We'll do remote learning one more year. I don't care. But at the same time, we hear experts say it's so important for our kids to go back to the classroom. It feels like such a tap dance. What's the answer here?
You know, the American Academy of Pediatrics has strongly stated that we feel children should be in-person learning if at all possible, but it has to be done safely. And just like we've been talking about, those children that are eligible, 12 and above, should get vaccinated if at all possible. They should be wearing masks. They should be cohorting, just like we were talking about cohorting on the bus and cohorting in the classrooms. They should not be gathering in large groups at the school. And they should be washing their hands consistently. But children have missed a lot by not being in school. You know, some children have trouble having access to the internet. They can't focus on looking at a computer screen. It's very difficult, you know, and they've missed the social emotional interactions. And so it is really critical that we do everything in our power to make the schools safe so our children can be back in school and parents can feel comfortable sending their children to school. And so it really boils down to making sure we put all of those interventions that have been talked about so many times in place in our schools.
Well, hearing what you guys say, I know there's been a little bit of controversy with some parents not wanting their kids, you know, to wear masks. But after hearing what you guys have talked about, it seems even more important. So Dr. Torres, Dr. Goza, thank you guys so much for your time today. Absolutely. We know Dr. Torres, by the way, will be sticking around in just a bit. Coming up next, we are answering the #1 COVID question we received. We'll get to that. Plus, later, NBC consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen will join us to reveal her take, this is a good one, on the best masks for your kids. Stay with us.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
That's exactly.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. We're continuing to answer all of your questions today about what this school year will look like and how it will affect your loved ones, your lives, and your wallets. NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen has been at the forefront of this discussion. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, it's great to be here with you, Chanel.
Absolutely. So here's the deal. There were a lot of unexpected costs for parents last year. You talk about laptops and iPads for virtual learning, to paying for private tutors, learning pods, and more. What are some money-saving back-to-school tips you can give parents?
The struggle is real, Chanel, right? The National Retail Federation is estimating parents are going to spend $850 this year on school supplies. That's up about $60 from last year. So the first thing I want you to do before you spend a penny is to call your school district to find out if they have any electronics for your child. If they need a laptop or a tablet, see if the district, not just the school, has any extras. Then consider the secondhand market. So that's sites like Swappa, Trademore, Gazelle. They have great secondhand electronics.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
So what if you've never heard of those sites?
Yes.
I'm a parent, I'm in the news business, and I wouldn't even know how to I don't even know anything about those.
You can do an internet search for used electronics or gently used electronics. I like these sites because the equipment is vetted, and also a lot of times they offer a warranty. So Swappa, Trademore, Gazelle. Those are ones you can look for. The other thing I want you to consider is shopping early, because the sooner you can get out there, the more selection you have. Take advantage of the sales online, but don't hesitate to bring some of those prices to a brick and mortar store and say, hey, can you match this? Can you beat it?
Okay. All right. So we had a lot of viewers submit questions. So let's get to some of them. The first one is from Kristen on Instagram. She asked, how do we get information on whether faculty is vaccinated? That's a good question. We must provide kids' records, yet no idea about the staff.
Yeah, so this is a sticky situation. If you're lucky, you live in a district like New York City, which is the biggest public school district in the country, just yesterday announcing they will require vaccinations for all teachers and staff. LA Unified, second largest, already made that requirement. But here's the thing, it's okay. We talked to legal experts, we talked to etiquette experts. They say it's not illegal or rude for you to just be direct and ask the question. Sometimes it helps to lead with your own vaccination status, like, hey, I'm fully vaccinated. They suggested one way of talking to your educators at school, just saying, you know what, vaccinations are really important to us. We'd just like to know what the status is of our teachers or the staff who are working with our students. Look, people don't have to answer, but it's okay to ask.
That's fair. That's good for a lot of things. Okay, so here's the deal. If school goes back to remote learning this year, how can parents of children, especially younger children who need to be home, how do they speak to their bosses about the balance of maybe extending, their work hours? I know a lot of people who are dealing with this. The schools are ready for the kids to come back, but sometimes the parents are still working remote. I mean, it's just kind of a tap dance for a lot of people.
Totally, and we're still a little bit in limbo.
Yeah.
Nothing is 100% back to normal. So this is a conversation you don't want want to shy away from having. Schedule it sooner than later, but make sure you've done your homework. Look back at what have you accomplished over this past few months or this year. How productive have you been at work? You are asking for flexibility. Don't forget, this is a company. They want to know what's in it for them. The good news here is, according to Monster and LinkedIn and several other workplace surveys, flexibility is the #1 thing that employees want. Bosses know that. They're probably more willing to accommodate that now than any other point in history because we were all forced to have to work remotely, and some people shined and excelled. If you were one of them, then don't hesitate to highlight those accomplishments. Ask for what you need. You might not get it all at once. If you're asking for 5 days from home, ask for 2 or 3 and
Good
say,
advice.
can we revisit this in a few months and then have another conversation? So the door is always open. It's constantly evolving, but you got to ask for what you need and make sure you tell them what you bring to the table too.
That's so good. So let's ask another question. This is from Instagram. This is a good question. How will school systems keep up with their teacher shortages and bus driver shortages due to mass resignations due to the pandemic?
Yes, this is a very real concern. The National Education Association has said it is chronic underfunding and understaffing, but the pandemic really exacerbated this. So some districts are getting creative. They're trying to offer $2,500 signing bonuses for new bus drivers, for teachers. Some are relying on student teachers who are getting their master's degrees to come into the classroom. Others are asking for their substitute teachers to spend extended periods of time in the classroom. You know, we heard of a district in Delaware. They're giving parents $700 per student because they don't have bus service this year.
Really?
So they're trying to help offset the gas and transportation costs for parents. So yeah, it is a tough time. Support your school districts, but realize that schools are trying to be creative about how they get people back in the classroom.
That's good. We have a great questions today. This one is from Carol from Facebook. She wants to know, why hasn't anyone come up with a shield for children? She says it would make things so much easier.
Yeah, so Carol, I think you're talking about those face shields. We saw a lot of them early on. And in the early days, some people were saying, well, these are effective. They provide eye protection. But as we've learned more and more about how the coronavirus is aerosolized and how it can travel, there are some concerns that because the shield only covers sort of your eyes and your mouth, but there are big gaps underneath your chin, they're not recommended as a substitute for face masks. But I did bring this, Chanel. We talked about this over the year. It's called the Clear Mask, right? So this is something that actually works really well for teachers of deaf students or deaf students, where you're trying to still be able to see what someone's saying and see their face and their mouth. But, you know, you still get sort of the protection of a mask. So this is made by Clear Mask. There are other ones out there. This one's pretty comfortable.
Do they have those for kids? So those are for kids or
these
adults
are for,
too?
These are for adults.
Those are adults.
They don't have kid sizes in these, but they're pretty snug fitting, and you can always tie a knot in the back.
That's what I
to
do.
make
My
it a
kids
little
have learned
tighter.
to take adult masks if they have to and roll them to kind of make them tighter.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think, you know, my mom's a teacher, was just retired. Sometimes teachers can't hear their kids.
Right.
Right, if they're trying to interact with them,
Oh,
because
very much.
we realize how much you look at lips when you're trying to hear someone. So
Yes.
maybe if the little ones have that, it could be helpful.
Exactly. It's easier for the teachers to see what they're saying, easier for the kids to see what the teachers are saying if they're trying to teach them reading, for example.
That's a good one. All right, so here's a good one. A good question, really. If masks are going to be, you know, kids are having to wear them 8 hours a day, a lot of parents want masks that are comfortable, but also effective. So you have some masks
I have so
here.
many masks.
Every time, let me tell you something. Every time Vicki walks in our studio with things, we pay attention because you guys do your research.
Yeah, we do. Okay, so this is, you know, the really basic mask that you're going to see on everybody, right? These are the kids' surgical masks. This is a small one. It's made in the age-appropriate sizes. They come from Protect Ed, but they come from all sorts of companies. This is going to be small for me, but I just want to remind parents that you really want to stretch out that child's mask and make sure it goes under their chin, and this part you want to mash right against their nose bridge. That's going to help with the mask not like slipping down or being uncomfortable.
Which is under their nose. We see that a lot.
We see that a lot. So the good old-fashioned surgical mask is perfectly fine, safe.
Okay.
But I would say that, you know, cloth masks are also really helpful and useful. My daughters have been really over the past year and a half using these masks by Gravitas and Toki, and I'll tell you what they like about them.
Okay.
So this actually goes completely over your head, right?
Okay.
And so when the kids aren't wearing them, it's just around their neck. They don't misplace them or put them somewhere.
Okay.
Then, okay, again, this is small for me, but the other cool thing is you can actually just kind of loop them over your ears, and then it hangs around your neck. So it's not tugging on your ears the way some of the traditional masks do. So if that's a problem for your child, you want to try this kind of design.
Good.
The other option is this mask actually also goes over their head. So for like a toddler, see, that goes over their
And it
head.
stays a little better?
My daughter started wearing this when she was 4, one of them, the youngest, and it was fine. It stayed on. She wore it through pre-K, had no problems. The other mask that I also like, this one's made by Blue Cut Apron, but what I like about it is if you do like the ear loops, look for ones that are adjustable.
Like that.
See? So then it's all about the fit. So the best mask for your child is the one your child's gonna wear, and you want 2 layers. Always remember that 2-layered mask. This is good because it's a nice tight cotton weave.
So I was going to ask you that because we were hearing about, we know N95s are good. These are second best is what we've heard that. We've heard the cotton isn't as good. How do we know?
So we look with what the experts have been telling us, the public health experts and epidemiologists. The 2-layer cotton mask is very effective, especially what do kids need these for? When they're in the classroom, they're typically going to be about 3 feet away from their classmates. Hopefully the classroom's windows are open when it's possible. They've got better ventilation systems. And don't forget, kids should have mask breaks. All the experts we've talked to, especially the ones that have children themselves, have said during recess and when kids are outdoors, it's okay to let them take the masks off because the risk of getting COVID outside is just so low. The benefit of giving kids a chance to just relax and not have the mask on outweighs that risk. It's different, obviously, if your child has a pre-existing health condition that you are concerned about, then have them keep the mask on. And honestly, kids have been so resilient. I mean, I doubt you've heard your kids really complaining.
100%.
They like to follow rules.
That's what I was going to end on. I know there are a lot of parents who are watching right now. Your kids perhaps were fully remote last year, so this is your first time, putting the kids back in school. I will tell you, my kids were in school last year. I didn't get a single complaint. And their parents, the parents of my friends' kids or my kids' friends, they all say, kids didn't complain. Right. Almost to the point where when we told them, you're outside, you can take them off, the kids would still keep them on.
Right. My daughter likes to wear it in the car. She doesn't like the way the car
it's almost
smells,
like a
so she
blankie.
just wears it. It's fine. It's really the parents, it's the adults that are more in a tizzy about this. And I get it. You want your, your teachers to be able to see your children's faces. I totally understand. Masks are not forever. We're almost on the other side. But vaccinations are going to make a big difference. Kids who can't get vaccinated, that's why people are asking them to wear masks in the time being when they're with other kids, because we know they can transmit COVID.
Vicki, is always solid information.
Always good to be with you, Chanel.
Isn't she good? I know. All right, the helpful tips. Up next, we are answering the #1 question we received. That's right after this.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes. With Xfinity X5. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices. Whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes. With Xfinity X5.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to a Today All Day live special, COVID in the Classroom, a guide to unvaccinated kids. We're back with NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres, and now joined by Dr. Tina Carroll Scott, board-certified pediatrician and medical director at the South Miami Children's Clinic, to continue answering your questions. Thank you both for checking in with us today, once again.
Thank you.
You bet,
Let's
Janelle.
dig in. We have a lot of Absolutely. We have a lot of video questions, so I want to start with our first one. Dr. Carol Scott, this one is for you. It's from Tiffany. Take a look.
Hi, this is my daughter Arabella. She's 2 and she has Down syndrome. And I'm wondering if somebody her age with Down syndrome is at greater risk for severe disease and death from COVID-19.
Excellent question.
Yeah, it is a great question. And we really don't have a lot of information on kids and Down syndrome and whether there's increased risk for severe disease with coronavirus. It is true, however, that many adult people with Down syndrome are at higher risk for serious illness due to the immune